be there or not, right? So maybe the classroom was half full. And the teacher is up front teaching online. She's doing a Zoom session with the students that are at home, and they're sitting 10 feet from her on their laptop watching her on Zoom. And I had students tell me, this is why I decided to do dual enrollment, because that doesn't work for me. Well, no, it doesn't work for anybody. It's stupid. I do have a little bit of good news to report, though, and that is that this semester, this fall, for the first time, I really have started to feel like things were just beginning to get back to normal with my students. I saw some of that enthusiasm, sense of humor. Not many students have a sense of humor at 7 a.m., but more than I have seen, and hardly anybody wearing a mask now. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful about the future.
But the losses, I mean, an incredible, just the losses in not just education, but in arts and industry, and it's overwhelming. We'll never be able to calculate.
And some of that is our fault, too, and I take my share of responsibility for that, because we did so much hand-holding during the COVID era. And I'm not naturally inclined that way, but I just felt like my students had been completely traumatized by this, and anything I could do to make their lives easier was probably justified. But looking back, I'm not sure I was correct about that. I think I made things too easy on them, and I think we all did. And now, we're having to tighten up. Just a quick example. For the first 2 semesters back, so fall of 2020, spring of 2021, even though I was teaching face-to-face, I had all these modules that I created for my online classes, and I would post those. Even though the students were there, I would post the modules online, in case they missed it or they needed some extra help. And it was about midway through the spring that I realized that students were just cutting class because they didn't have to be there. They could just watch the modules. And so beginning of the following fall, I stopped doing that. If you want to if you want to take an online class, fine. But if you're in my on-campus class, you have to come to get the material. And I had a student just a few weeks ago who asked me if I would go back and post the lectures online, and I said no. This is a face-to-face class. If you want to get the material, you have to be here. But I think we conditioned them to do that, and it's partly our fault. But maybe we're getting past that, and maybe they're starting to outgrow that.
And Paul, you have an initiative you wanted to talk about. Now, keep in mind, Paul is the co-author that inspired the creation of Brownstone, so thank you for that, Paul, your courage and your voice. But go ahead.
Do you want to talk about the initiative?
Leave it up to you.
Yeah, go ahead. So, yes, to answer Jeffrey's question on what's happened to the academia, in many ways it has lost its mission, I would say. And that's been perfected in the last 5 years. So now students are consumers. They're no longer taught critical. They're no longer sort of seen as people whose mental health matters, whose addictions matter, or whose inability to cooperate with others or to sort of challenge the narratives of their governments or fellow students matter at all. It's sort of not the university's problem. The university is there to sort of drip some things in their minds so that they can pass an exam, and then there's a quiet conspiracy of both the university and the students to pretend that they've learned something, and neither of them has any incentive to break that contract the rest of their life, because then they would both own up to something terrible. The university would have to own up to the fact they didn't teach anything, the student would have to own up to the fact they didn't know anything. So we're in dire straits, right? We're in dire straits, and this is kept together by an enormous network of vested interests now. I mean, the unions are in on this. They've got no incentive to break this. A lot of the companies around this, around universities, also have a vested interest in keeping this alive. We no longer send students for sort of, risky travels, or let them do research which might upset the donors, the grantors. Right? And of course, the university is now, in many cases, just a honeypot. There's just billions of dollars in endowments that are there for people to steal or abuse or in any other way. put forward towards their own things. So we need alternatives, and I'm part of a group of academics in the Netherlands, Belgium, but also Australia and England, which is going to try an initiative. So it's called Nova Academia, and in 3 steps we want to get to an alternative university. And I want to talk about the first step most. We're going to do in-campus stuff, and we're going to try and, really add aesthetics and do true critical thinking once we're up and going with a physical campus. But the first step is the most interesting one, because that's happening these weeks, and maybe some of you can be part of that. So we're setting up a mentorship program, and the mentorship program is effectively a kind of a self-replication of ourselves, but also looking for others who want to team up with us on research. So for instance, if Jay wants to do something about the history of, let's say, public health, but he doesn't have students who can do that, he could advertise there and maybe say, okay, I'm Jay Bhattacharya, I'm interested in this particular research, I call for students with these particular characteristics, and they could be at school, they could be having a job, they don't need to be at a particular university, but I want them to be that good, and I want them to be interested in this, because I'm putting my time in, so I can choose the project that I'm going to put my time in, and they can apply to him in the following ways, right? Or sort of send a 500-worded letter. And the advantages of you to join in with this, because we're basically setting this as an internet matching place, is A, you're sharing a brand, so students know where to find all kinds of potential mentors. And this is for all kinds of things. It's also for people who want to set up workshops, or people who want to set up an inquiry into something, like a censorship inquiry. I'm setting it up. I'm partly asking for people to join with textbook writing, right? I want postdocs for that, and I want history writing, and I wouldn't mind to have a teacher of history join in for that sort of thing. But the advantage to you, if you're thinking about this, is A, low risk to you. All you basically need to supply us with is a profile, and as it were, a kind of a promise. I want to sort of help do this particular research. I want this out of it, but I want that from you as a student. So the safety in numbers. What you then get, if things work out, that's great. You're also then part of a community of scholars. The students will form a community themselves as well, so it comes with software so that you can do video conferencing, you can share documents, you can sort of have online debates. So the idea is to also start initially an online community, but of course we're going to make that into a physical community. And maybe best of all, if nobody shows up for your ideas, nobody will know. We're not going to track that, right? It's not there to shame. So in a sense, low risk, low effort, high potential return. So please come and see me after the break if you're interested in being one of those mentors, because it's very much sort of by us for the next generation. There's only one negative: we're not going to pay you because we're not paid ourselves. So, this is all by us for the future, but it's also meant to activate us, right? I mean, we are, as a community of rebels, still too defensive. We need to become offensive, right? We need to sort of start to grab the agenda, sort of set up new institutions, and sort of set the research agenda, rather than writing pieces and saying how stupid the government has been this time, right? So, from defense to offense, please join us.
Well, one wonders about the impact of all of this on legacy academia. I had a distinct impression, and I'm not sure when this occurred to me, maybe it was sometime in late 2021 or early 2022, that there was a kind of purge going on within academia that was enabled by the mandates. Anybody who was annoyed by the mask mandates, was made to feel like you really don't belong here. And then, of course, the vaccine mandates, which were, I don't know what percentage of universities, probably somebody here could tell me, it was like 4/5 or I think most universities in the U.S. mandated that all the students who were ultimately the data set, not really vulnerable to medically significant consequences from COVID, they still had to get the shot. Despite
still 79 universities that are mandated.
Still, 79.
Yeah.
And the woke stuff has kicked out a lot of academics too. That sort of cleaned up what was left.
And you've combined that with the ideological controls. So, it's hard to believe this is all just an accident in a way.
It doesn't matter. We need to set up alternatives, whether it's an accident or not.
But the universities that didn't do this, and they were mostly, I hope I'm not speaking incorrectly about this, were mostly religious liberal arts colleges, seem to be actually thriving in the U.S. Any comments on any of that?
I mean, I think the big research universities, a major sort of underappreciated fact is that a lot of the research is funded by pharmaceutical companies. Like they're enormous grants to, especially if you have a medical school, you're going to have pharmaceutical funding of those medical schools. I mean, that undoubtedly, I mean, it's subtle. I mean, maybe it's not so subtle, but the role that it plays is it's hard to deny. I wonder whether it leads professors to join coalitions to try to, I mean, in principle, you could have a university funded by pharma and still have independent thought within the university, but during the pandemic, it sure seemed like it was difficult to have that happen.
There's also something else about these religious colleges, which is that they've done better, they're more independent, they've got more critical thinking than most of the others, but they're still within the system. The system has its clause in them. For instance, via whether or not the students can get a loan, because they've then got to be accredited, otherwise the state won't give that out.
Even like Notre Dame mandated the vaccine, right? It's not like all religious colleges did well, whereas like Hillsdale, which is not funded by government at all, did quite well.
Yes.
So I think that the funding is...
But Hillsdale is still accredited, right?
Yeah, it's accredited.
And as soon as you're accredited, you're in the system again, because who do you think decides whether or not you're worthy accreditation? And there's a whole checklist of nonsense you have to have as a college. You know, you basically have to promise to be largely useless in order to be accredited.
I mean, in principle, you want the accreditation.
It's not a joke. It's true. There are hordes of administrators being useless.
Like in principle, you can have a college that just takes advantage of students, right? That's the nominal argument for accreditation, is to say, look, this is a, you're not going to just offer a degree. The problem is the accreditation by itself hasn't guaranteed that. As you said, Paul, there's a lot of pretending to learn and a lot of pretending to teach that goes on, right?
Well, an accreditation just measures processes. It doesn't really look at outcomes. It doesn't sort of have talks to students to see whether they're critical. It's more, have you got a DEI policy? Do you say something about ethics? Or have you got a mission statement? And do you regularly review your processes? How often? Well, that says nothing about how good you're teaching or how good your research is. It just says how many administrators have you got and how busy are they? Well, they're very busy with the next accreditation.
Yeah, the metrics there have moved into this consumer model of education as well, where it's administrators trying to make the students happy because the accreditation body, their main metric is student happiness and support, and we see this with medical schools too. And so the faculty who actually used to run universities are now actually at the bottom. And you have students and administrators at the top, actually. And I tell the students, even when they're filling out evaluations, look, some of you are going to not like me, and that's fine. But be advised that some of the things that you do not like about what we do came from student evaluations. So we're giving you what you want, not what you need, but that's out of our control now. Just giving you what you want that's.
I do wonder about the independence of academia in general. I will say, being on this end of Brownstone and encouraging, sort of dissonant thought on all these range of topics, it is notable to me just how few, and you're the exceptions on this panel, but how few currently employed academics have done any decent research on any of these topics that are of interest to Brownstone. Most of our writers are these emeritus retired. Have you noticed this, Jay? Emeritus retired professors, people just who left academia, and it's like that's a freeing thing for them, and they can now speak their mind. I don't think it was supposed to work this way. Wasn't it supposed to be the opposite?
I mean, principle of tenure is supposed to give you freedom to say things. I mean, I have to say, in my case, it actually did protect. I mean, Stanford didn't fire me. my tenure held. So in that, I mean, if you'd asked me before the pandemic whether tenure meant anything, I would have said, don't be ridiculous. It's useless. I'd say in my case it did hold. But what I've seen is the opposite also. I've seen people so scared about their social position within the academic world that they didn't dare stick their head above the parapet because they didn't want their social position to collapse. I mean, it's stultifying. It absolutely, and I think it explains why so many academics said nothing, even though they had deep concerns about the lockdowns, about the vaccine mandates, about the mask mandates, and all that. They had deep concern. I mean, they would write to me saying, "Thank you for speaking up, but I can't say anything because I have kids to feed or something." But
but it's worse than that. I mean, that's totally true, and there have been many academics who have been hounded out in the last 3 years because they were among the few dissidents. But your point, Steve's point, is very, very valid, which is that academics have been at the bottom of the pile in most universities for a long time. Well, then certain things happen. The academics that are left are not good. The good academics don't want to live that way. So most of your academics and most of your institutions are shit. They can't do much. They're still there because they couldn't get a job elsewhere, right? and so you sort of start out with the ones who are sort of, gullible and there for the mortgage. Well, what do you expect of them? I mean, if they could do something, they wouldn't be there. Yeah. So the rot goes far deeper than just that, they've been caught in groupthink and that their administrators would fire them if they say something. Mm-hmm. No, they're just really stupid now. It's not a joke. I mean, this is a serious problem, right? Most of your kids now, at most of your universities, will have a pretty bad education, unless it's very technical and it's not so bad. But anything social, anything business, my God. I mean, you might as well just give them a book to read and tell them to get a job.
And now it seems
a lot more sound from an economic perspective, given student debt and what you're left with. I've been thinking for a very long time that this whole thing is a bubble that's going to collapse, but it keeps not collapsing, because
I don't think it's a bubble. I mean, the problem is that you have to have some mechanism of certification. Like you want to, I mean, this is how, so in principle, the certification can be attached to something real, like actually learning about real life things that are important. I mean, that's the old kind of justification for academics. The need for certification is still going to be there. That's a real economic function that needs to get done. So I don't think it's a bubble. The issue is like, how do you restore the commitment to the things that made academics worthy of respect? Right? How do you restore the commitment to learning, to debate and discussion, to sort of honest scholarship? And that's a
Jay, here's the thing. I mean, certification is being done already by the private sector. You know this, but you can have a you can have a finance degree and a PhD in finance and get in that industry, and nobody's going to take you seriously in the slightest bit until you've passed your Series 65 and your CFA or CFP or whatever it's going to be in several rounds. And those are your credentials. But you could have passed those, even without an undergraduate degree.
But you don't get in the door without the PhD in finance.
Well, it depends. Right, it depends. But the point is that the real currency in real industry are these private certifications in any case, right?
But part of the problem, it goes back to what Paul was saying about accreditation, because that's not just in academia. It's not just that the schools are being accredited when they're not really doing stuff. The students are being graduated when they really haven't learned anything.
Yeah.
And now the professional associations are basing their certification on things other than competence in the field.
Right.
So it just filters on down through. And so what we're ending up with is the stupidest educated class in history, because so much of what they know simply isn't true.
Yeah, and that's right. No, it's true. I've looked through these exams in the field of economics, in the private industry exams, and I promise you, not 90% of really existing economists at the Ivy League university would fail these exams. And the full professor tenure university, they would fail them instantly. Private industry is expecting things that are not being taught in the academia today. Well, that's just in finance and economics. I don't know what it's like in...
No, it's true. Economics education is shocking now at university.
Yeah,
but it also opens a market opportunity, which is essentially what you're saying. And
Yeah.
I think that's true. I think they're ripe for the taking. I mean, it's now so done, the existing universities.
It's so bad.
In a way, all the inherent disadvantages of new institutions may be overcome. Right? There is a chance. There is a market.
Yeah, the market works. I think we should take some questions. But the first question should bring the microphone up here, I think. So please. Go ahead.
Hi all, thank you for a great panel. My question is about journals, which is something that didn't come up, but as a professor, what you publish is incredibly important to your career, and journals were just unwilling, it seemed, to publish things that go against the narrative. So I'm wondering, how do you think you address that, shine a light on that, and hold journals accountable for actually being useful and honest in their selection of information?
And how do we make them more public access? This is driving me crazy.
Great question as well.
I mean, the journals utterly failed during the pandemic. You're absolutely right. I mean, like just from the almost the very beginning of the pandemic, you had like the Lancet and New England Journal published these Surgisphere absolute frauds. I mean, admitted frauds. I mean, showed that peer review meant nothing in those settings. And then the systematic difficulty in publishing randomized trials for masks that found that they had no effect. I mean, so what you saw during the pandemic, I think actually predates the pandemic. Like it's very difficult if you find a result that sort of is counter-narrative to get something published. On the other side, there has been this movement to open science that's allowed there to be some counter-narrative things that come out. That come out. I mean, so it's. I think it's mixed. Paul and I probably disagree on this, but like I think I have this like desire, like this, just to take up like my pirate patch and just go after the journals. But I don't see how
you and me together, Jay.
I think there's always going to be some hierarchy, and the question is, how do you? I think what's happened during the pandemic is that hierarchy is now much flatter than it was before. Like people still want to be published in the New England Journal. I don't see how you quite get around that. But the fact that you publish something in a journal that's a lower impact factor is not such a big penalty as it once was, given that the top journals have absolutely clowned themselves.
And having preprints is another positive development where things come out before they've been fully reviewed.
Well, the preprint issue has been very interesting, right? Because if any of the preprints, you've seen, I think, I watched this happen, a preprint that would come out that would contradict the prevailing orthodoxy. And then there would be this pile-on of established professors who are, fancy people, and said, oh, this study is terrible, it's got to be withdrawn. And then they would withdraw it, right? And then they'd pull down, you saw this, am I imagining this?
This happened to me. So I published in April of 2020, I did a seroprevalence study of like how many people had COVID in California, and I published it as a preprint. There was like calls for me to withdraw the paper from some people even at my own university. It was ridiculous. And actually, the thing gets published in the International Journal of Epidemiology ultimately, and it's replicated by 100 other studies. So I think, but on the other hand, the fact that the preprint was there meant the message got out.
Yeah.
And it was forced to be put into the public. If you were going to be attacked, it would have to be publicly. Otherwise, it would have been behind the scenes, and no one would have heard about it.
But it was outrageous. Some of the most interesting articles I ever read was with the preprints, and then I would tweet about. I'm sorry, Twitter, and then a week later, people say, "Oh, you better take down your tweet. That article was withdrawn," and it turns out there was a big, sort of organized attack on it.
Well, maybe worse than the ones that were withdrawn were the ones where the authors added a preface or something, where they essentially said everything that we found and that we talk about in the following article, we didn't really really find, because people don't like it.
That's a good one, yeah.
Now, I have a different answer, because your question is very sort of deep about the nature of science now, right? I mean, many of the peer-reviewed journals should be seen as beauty contests of academics, judged by other academics.
Right.
And what then tends to happen is that, A, you get far too much written. You know, there's far too much written, particularly in social science, that is not just ridiculous, but it's just unnecessary. You know, there's very little new, and why keep rehashing the old? Well, because it makes careers, right?
And it can't be replicated.
Well, it's that as well, but a lot of it is something you wouldn't want to replicate, whether it's true or not, right?
There's no one cares.
Exactly, and it's uninteresting, right? But careers are made out of this. It's, again, this accreditation thing. You know, universities brag with it. Look, we've got so many top fives. And they don't brag with, this is what we do for the community, or these are the questions we've helped community with. So it's all internal beauty contests now, and it's not tethered to something real or something that the population cares about. So I think we should think about totally different models, get away from these peer-reviewed journals, and start much more with, let's say, prediction races or community-led questions that universities then address, but not the questions they come up with.
I think that's exactly what's happening. I mean, I think that, like the days where just peer-reviewed science is the only way you judge whether an academic's doing well that's starting to crumble.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, Einstein wasn't peer-reviewed. You know, that meant he could still do something interesting.
He was once.
He didn't have to ask permission either.
He was once, but he was very, very upset at the journal editor that sent it out to the peer reviewer. He's like, "Why? I didn't give you permission to go send my paper out."
Didn't Edenetus, his first predictions concerning the IFR, didn't that appear in a preprint? It was attacked.
Yeah, that was my paper. Yeah,
That's your paper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got that right. We got the number right.
And it was ultimately published by the CDC or something?
Well, no, so he published a meta-analysis of the peer-reviewed literature on seroprevalence in the Bulletin of the World Health Organization in December of 2020. But the April 2020 paper of the Santa Clara seroprevalence study, that was very early. We got it. The number we got was smack dab in the middle of that whole literature.
Yeah. Oh, and do you remember what happened when Dr. Bhattacharya published the seroprevalence thing? That there was a magazine called, what was the name of that
BuzzFeed
thing?
News.
BuzzFeed.
They went out of business, though. So
Yeah, it's bankrupt now.
they went after my wife. They attacked my wife. There was hit pieces on me, hit pieces on Johnny Emedes. All this nastiness led to, like, the university actually they didn't call it an investigation. They called it a fact find. But it was really stressful.
Unbelievable. That was very early on. And basically your paper said, oh, everybody's going to get COVID and you're going to get natural immunity. We're going to get through this. Right? More or less.
And the number you got is the Diamond Princess number.
Yeah, right.
That point.
So,
Yeah, right. Okay, I want to make sure that please go ahead, but I'm not going to overlook Tom Harrington, our great author.
So I appreciate the discussion about academia, and the subject was brought up about the so-called higher education bubble. And I'm personally of the belief that it absolutely is a bubble. I mean, although I know famously it's hard to judge bubbles until after they've popped. But the thing I see evidence of this, for example, the points about the peer review process, it's sort of like, the cost of education for students has gotten stratospheric in so many cases, and so it's been inflated, and so this peer review process is trying to, in a lot of ways, just, inflate the value of something that's already been numerically inflated beyond what it actually is. I mean, the fact is, I just feel like so much of academia is about justifying its own existence, and it's really warped a lot of, it's in a way led to the sort of brewing catastrophe that we've been sort of part of for the last 3 years anyway. So I just wanted maybe more comments on this, and since I see it as a bubble, then you sort of wonder, how would this bubble pop?
Right.
It's not going to pop like a normal, I don't know, a Bitcoin bubble or some sort of, asset class, because it's got so much I don't know what it's got behind it, but it seems like it's just, it keeps on going up under its own power. But I guess the thing is, it's sort of this unseen force that's kind of driving so much of the dysfunction. And how do we address that? Do we ever address that, or do we just kind of accept that there's going to be something that's going to, and maybe what's popping is the credibility of institutions before the actual economic bubble pops itself. But I was just hoping to get some comments.
Enrollment is down, right? Am I right about
yes,
this?
Yes. Yeah.
That's not the way the bubble pops. The way the bubble pops is Nova takes off, the University of Austin takes off, the Peterson University takes off. Stanford's still going to be there. I mean, don't fool yourself. Like Stanford and Harvard and those places are not gone and not going to go. And so the bubble pops by those places starting to reinvent themselves to meet the challenge provided by Nova, to meet the challenge provided by University of Austin. I think that like these universities, they serve a real economic purpose. They're not like it's not an accident that they exist. They're not just purely a thing to create power for its own sake. And so that's why the bubble popping won't look like the tulip craze in the Netherlands or something. It'll pop by reform, and the places that don't reform eventually they'll lose status. And Stanford wasn't always Stanford, right?
I think it'll start with the smaller places first, because that's where the pressure is going to be at.
Smaller,
bigger places will always be able to get the students, but smaller
or the medium
or medium size.
Yeah, mid-tier universities. Because the smaller universities seem to have a market.
If they're independent in the way that you're thinking, yes.
Yeah.
But where that pressure isn't going to be at those Stanford, Harvard levels. It's going to be after all these smaller, medium-sized universities have changed their model that it will then be adapted. Just like a big business situation where all the small businesses can't afford to compete. And the big businesses want to kind of put them out. There's going to be that kind of fight going on, I think, that will have to be adapted to.
I don't think the bubble's going to pop so much as it's just going to slowly deflate. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing already with things like Paul's initiative and Jordan Peterson's initiative. And I can tell you a lot of kids in my community are saying, you know what, I don't need to go to college. I'll go to trade school. Yeah. And, I can get a good job doing that. And not a thing in the world wrong with that.
Or just unthinkable, how about just get a job?
Yeah. and so
it's out there.
So maybe what will eventually...
Child labor are you?
Starting at 12.
Maybe what will eventually happen is that that higher ed will go back to being what it was meant to be, and not this huge overblown thing that it's
That's
become.
right, and all this began after World War II, right? I mean, I know we're supposed to love the GI Bill, and everybody gets an education, but maybe it's not the way it's supposed to be. Sorry, I take that back. All right. Now, this is the author of The Treason of the Experts, the most terrifying, fiery attack on academia ever written. Yeah.
As a recent refugee from academia, I can't find much on the panel to disagree with, except for perhaps the orientation, which is looked at education in terms of skills acquisition. And of course, skills acquisition is very important. But institutions exist also for cultural heritage and the transmission of cultural heritage. When you look at the modern university as an institution, it coincides with the rise of the nation state. In other words, we have universities to socialize people into a way of thinking of themselves as part of a collective. And so it's all well and good that these things come down in their ruination as they are or will. But the question is, how do you pass on cultural heritage and the assumptions about the past and the knowledge about the past, which will be necessary for the creation of new futures in the absence of broadly subscribed institutions?
I have an answer to that because in many ways, of course, the story of us has been under attack, and the collective story of the West, but also in this country and many European countries, has sort of undermined the nation state, right? It's sort of, we're all guilty of something and we're all...
Which maybe
and it's
needed
bad.
to be undermined.
Exactly.
But cultural transmission with the nation state or without is necessary.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, socialization is a fact of community life. And so my answer to that is that this is exactly one of the first things that new academic institutions can do and should do, and something that Brownstone can do, which is come up with new stories about our history that fit the new communities, right? But stories that you can live with, not stories which says, you're evil, you've always been evil from time immemorial, go and die in a corner. But something that's uplifting and that has a story of progress in the future in it. But this is a task, and we can do it. And I also think there's a market for that. I mean, who wants to hear these miserly stories about how bad we are? That cannot be a winner.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're gonna hop over to the law panel now. I know that the thing says that we are supposed to be taking a break now. Maybe the break can consist of standing up and meeting your neighbor or something like that while we make a transition. If that works for you, okay? Thank you, everybody. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. That was fun. A little bit of work. Actually, it's a weird amount of work, but if you're interested, you can just drop us a note. We can certainly help promote it. And I don't know. We've had a lot of suggestions over time that we would franchise this outwards, and I don't see why we couldn't. I'd be all for it. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the law, and we have with us Andrew Lowenthal, who is a lead guy in this whole censorship research program. He's one of the important players on our censorship working group, and probably knows. And it keeps winning. I think the case is in appeal now, so we can maybe get an update on that. William Spruance was at Georgetown University, I think at the time when Brownstone was founded, and then after we published our, 500th paper on vax mandates and masking and everything else, he was protesting against all this nonsense at Georgetown University, and then and got, I think, kicked out of school, unenrolled, right? And then, or more or less. Suspended. Indefinitely suspended, yeah. Part of the Great Purge, and then he just printed out all Brownstone work and delivered a stack of papers this big, and they said, well, that's kind of scary, and so they readmitted him, And now he's practicing law at an undisclosed firm in an undisclosed location, but and does a lot of undisclosed work for Brownstone, actually. So we're going to talk about the law and why perhaps it wasn't there for us. How did this even happen? I mean, we had courts of law. We thought they would protect us, but they weren't there when we wanted them. So now you come to me. That's a line from The Godfather. Anyway, it's a catastrophic institutional failure, as far as I'm concerned, for the courts to have not protected any of our essential liberties. So let's hear from them now. And Bobbie, why don't we start with you with a quick update on where we are on the quarantine case in New York and your plans for expanding this nationwide.
Sure. Can you hear me? Is it working?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Just a show of hands, who's familiar with the quarantine camp lawsuit in New York? Okay, so a good number. For those of you who aren't familiar, there was a regulation that the New York State Department of Health had issued during COVID, and it allowed the Department of Health to pick and choose which New Yorkers they would lock up or lock down. They didn't have to prove you were sick. They didn't have to prove you were exposed to a communicable disease. They could have removed you from your home and put you into a facility of their choosing. You had no say. Or they could have locked you down in your house. They chose how long you would stay locked up or locked down. There was no prohibition on time frame, so it could have been days, could have been weeks, could have been months. There was no provision in the regulation that would allow you to negotiate your freedom. So what I mean by that is when we were at the trial court level last year and we were having oral arguments, the court asked the Attorney General's office, let's say you take a family, let's say you put them into a facility, a hospital, let's say. Once they're in there, how do they get out? And there was a really pregnant pause, and then the Attorney General said, well, I guess they could hire a lawyer and they could sue us. So the regulation had no due process protections. It was an authoritarian rule that the Department of Health, unelected bureaucrats in an agency, had the power over 19 million New Yorkers. So I sued the governor, the Department of Health, the Commissioner of Health, the Health Planning Council on behalf of a group of New York State legislators, Senator Borrello, Assemblyman Tague, Congressman Lawler, and a citizens group called Uniting New York State. And last summer, we won the case. The court struck down the regulations, that it was unconstitutional, and it no longer exists as of today. However, the governor has appealed, so now I'm fighting the appeal. And we just had oral arguments about a month or so ago, and 400 people showed up to oral arguments to support me, and that was pretty amazing because that only happens in the movies. Complete with a standing ovation after I completed my oral arguments, which really made me think, oh my God, these judges are going to kill me. So I rushed very quickly out of the courtroom.
Like a January 6th moment, right?
I was like, oh God, don't clap. So anyway, we're waiting to hear the decision from, it's a five-panel judge, the judges are all appointed by governors. So pray hard that they do not play partisan politics and will uphold the Constitution. So I'm expecting a decision, could be this month, could be next month, probably be like, right before Christmas.
Isn't it remarkable how governments so predictably appeal every good court decision that comes down? Whether the mask mandate thing or, I think the rent moratorium thing, all the litigation that's gone our way, consistently, governments at all levels are appealing and say, no, that decision went the wrong way.
Well, yes, particularly in New York State, they don't let go of power easily. But what we've seen particularly during the past 3.5 years, but it was happening before then, it's just very obvious now, is this attitude of the government: we know best, we are going to do this because we are taking care of you, we are protecting you, and if you dare to challenge us, we are going to fight back tooth and nail.
Yeah. Based on our, well, let me ask you, William, it's your impression that it seems to be their arguments all come down to we have the right to do whatever we want, and the courts can't restrain executive state.
Yes, and to some extent that's probably to be expected with how our Constitution's written, where an old professor of mine used to say it's the law that governs those who govern us. So if you break the Constitution, it's only ever to infringe on civil liberties, or the way it's written is, we shall make no law or the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. So anytime you're breaking that, it's inherently the government that's going to be expanding its power.
Explain that a little bit. So you're saying that there's no way to restrain the government from breaking these laws that restrict the government?
Well, that relies fundamentally not on the text in the Constitution, but probably the separation of powers more than anything. I mean, prior to COVID, I was like a lot of people, I assumed what separated us from other countries was this great Bill of Rights that we had. But I mean, the Chinese Constitution guarantees freedom of speech. The Soviet Constitution did too. It didn't help out a ton. So it's not a coincidence that every issue we go up against right now is about eliminating the separation of powers. It's about collusion. It's about centralization. It's about cooperation between people in power, because the only thing to refrain those infringements is going to be some type of a federal system or interagency system that separates those powers. I mean, that's been at the heart of the censorship thing. I mean, it's about consolidating power against people.
That is so interesting. Andrew, speak to the censorship issue, if you would.
Sure. No, it's interesting. Well, when I was asking the law panel, I thought it was LORE, so I'm still kind of grappling with like how I am kind of, we'll see where the conversation goes. It's good to have the mix in there. So, it's interesting because people talked about propaganda and censorship, and in some ways, if people have seen this kind of map of the censorship industrial complex on Racket, that was something that I worked on, and it isn't so much censorship, it's actually kind of this new system of public opinion management, in the sense that, and I think part of the problem was that when COVID came along, people still had essentially the Iraq War, the WMD model of what propaganda looks like. So we're looking for something much more, kind of much more heavy hammer that was kind of obvious to us that we were being lied to, and that we could kind of see through it. Obviously, what happened was something much more sophisticated that took people a lot longer to get their heads around. I think in some ways we've got, obviously people in this room have kind of got the update, so to speak, and I think the general population is starting to get the update a little bit more. I mean, now, when the Twitter files came out, you talk to people about this level of collusion between government and big tech and the intelligence community and NGO and academia, and people would be like, oh, no, there's no way that's happening, et cetera, and then the counter became, well, yeah, we knew that was happening. It's like, no, you didn't. But you didn't know it was happening at all, actually. You said that anyone who said that was a conspiracy theorist, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think we have kind of updated, to a degree, like what that kind of new propaganda model or public opinion management system is, but there's a huge amount more to unpack and understand in terms of just how integrated those systems are and the level of organic versus inorganic manipulation that is going on, because you have a culture that is obviously become increasingly censorious, but you also have authorities that have hijacked or kind of decided to weaponize that kind of culture and egg it on to make use of it strategically. But I think you don't need to work out the exact percentage of what that is, but I think you do need to understand what the dynamics are between one and the other in order for us to, dismantle it, ultimately.
Yeah, the big picture, as I'm gathering here, is that the Constitution says the government can't infringe on people's free speech rights. And now, after a couple of hundred years go by, you've got, finally government figures out that there are ways around it, just by paying other people, by finding pressure points within the culture and the population, technology and media and so on. You can achieve the same results without such brutal methods.
But is that new? Governments going around the law is not new.
Right.
I think what's new is the sophistication of this kind of complex and how integrated it is, how much coordination there is between the various different elements of philanthropy, media, NGO, academia, tech, government. That's the new thing to me, and the shift from managing broadcast media into managing this kind of online environment. I think that's the difference. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. The government has always ratted around the law to the degree to which it's able to.
Coming out of World War I, we jailed journalists and people who protested the war. We jailed Eugene Debs. He had to run for president from prison, which might become fashionable again. I don't know. But to your point, and Oliver Wendell Holmes, a supposedly liberal jurist, upholds all these in 3 court decisions in 1919 and 1920. So that's coming out of the Wilson administration. And so that urge has always been there for power to consolidate itself and perpetuate itself. And that's not new, but I think you're probably spot on that it's the means and the reach of that and the technological advances that have allowed it to become so much more pernicious.
Yeah, it's the affordances and what they afford.
Yeah. And one of the things that, and we talked about this at the retreat, that strikes me about the censorship issue is not just merely to control what you read and what you can say, but ultimately about what you can do. Because, for example, and I'm sure you know this agency called CISA, which is very much involved in the censorship, which I didn't know until you explained this to me. I knew the agency as famous for the agency that in one day decided to break the whole American workforce into essential and non-essential. This is the same agency those censoring social media posts was the same one that intervened so directly and brutally in the workforce. So this is all connected, right? So you control the way people think, and then you manage their lives too, which,
They tell you that they're doing it for your good, on your behalf.
Yeah.
While they do it, it just always happens to benefit them as well. I mean,
right.
The famous example coming out of those World War I cases that many of you probably heard of, but the origin of shouting fire in a crowded theater. That's how they justified putting these people in jail. So it was sort of this weird derision that was meant to make it sound like it was trying to help you from these people causing chaos, because then you'd get trampled running out of the theater or something like that. And so it's a similar tactic today, right? It's we're helping you by not letting you read this, by not letting you hear this, by not letting you see this.
I just want to follow on a little bit on the CISA item, because I think that was also something that I was totally shocked about, that CISA essentially divided up the labor force and essentially oversaw who was essential and not.
And these were strange times, because you really did have to read a PDF from human resources in your company or your local government to find out if you were essential or not. And it wasn't clear whether you were entitled to make your own judgment about your essentiality, And if you were wrong, what would happen, right? Nobody really knew. It was just such chaotic times.
But then I had come at it a completely different angle, and was that where CISA came up in the work that I was doing, and Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and others, was that this was one of the core agencies that interface between academia and NGOs in terms of, the election integrity project. There were strong links to the Plurality project. Alex Stamos, who is the head of Stanford Internet Observatory, formed a new business with Chris Krebs, who used to head up CISA, as I understand it, as well. We both kind of participated in things through the Aspen Institute. So there's this whole kind of complex coordination cabal, however you want to say it, that relates both to very concrete things like dividing up the workforce and public opinion management.
Same things. This agency was only founded in 2018, right? Right? Yes.
Correct.
Yes, I was asking. Yes, that's when it was founded. And the first head of it was just this Jen Easterly, who was pulled out of the National Security Agency, which is the one that Edward Snowden had said, was spying all Americans, which is an outgrowth of the CIA, basically. Right. So basically, you had the CIA. A division of the CIA dividing up the American workforce and censoring all the social media posts. So I don't know what else you want to call this except a coup d'etat. I mean, that's ultimately what happened, it seems to me. And then part of this is this the attempt, and that New York legislation about the quarantine laws was probably intended, don't you think, to be passed nationwide, don't you think?
I think that if New York got away with having a regulation, because the whole premise of my lawsuit against the governor was separation of powers. The governor is the executive. The Department of Health is part of the executive branch, and they don't have the power to make law. And what that regulation was really a law. And there's a test in New York that the courts go through to decipher the difference between a regulation and a law. That was clearly a law. And the other thing is, every state in the nation does have a quarantine law. We've had one in New York since 1953. So you do have these laws, but for example in New York, the quarantine law, not the regulation that the Department of Health made, the law is full of due process protections so that the government can't abuse its power and abuse its citizens. And that's why we have laws made by the legislature, because you elect your legislative representatives, you elect your senators, you elect your assembly members. At the federal level, you elect your Congress members in the Senate because they make the laws. And if you don't like the laws that they're making, you can vote them out. And you vote somebody else in who's going to mind the Constitution and support the Constitution. Agencies in the executive branch, executives, whether it's the governor or the president at the federal level, they don't get to make law. Our Constitution is very clear. They do not make the laws. They enforce the laws that are made by the legislature. So you can't have, and it's very logical, you can't have unelected bureaucrats sitting in an agency somewhere making a rule that conflicts with the law, conflicts with the Constitution. That's tyranny. That is tyranny. When one branch of government takes a power that they are not entitled to, that is the pure definition of tyranny. And what we saw in New York was Department of Health made a rule that conflicted with our quarantine law. The number one thing, step one in our quarantine law in New York State, is that you have to actually have the disease that they think you have. Okay, that's step one. The doctor has to say, yes, this person has tuberculosis, right? Step two is then there's an investigation by the local Department of Health, not the state, the local Department of Health, to see not only does this person have the disease, but are they comporting themselves in a manner that's improper? Are they going around sneezing on everybody, or going in the store and licking the soda cans or something? Are you doing things that are going to spread your germs and harm other people? There's an investigation. You have the right to an attorney, which the rule that the governor and the Department of Health made said you got the right to an attorney after you were locked up, not before. So the law says, no, you have the right to an attorney. There's a hearing before a judge, a third party, impartial judge gets to hear the evidence against you. You have an attorney defending you. And then the judge can decide. The judge, not the Department of Health, can decide whether or not you should be isolated or quarantined for however much time. But it's a two-pronged test. One, you have the disease, and two, you are not comporting yourself in a proper manner to safeguard those around you. And then the judge can issue an isolation or quarantine order to put you into a facility, a hospital, so that you can get treatment and get better, right? It's all very logical. Imagine that. And agencies cannot come along and write a rule, also called a regulation, that conflicts with laws. They don't have that power. They can't possibly have that power because we can't elect them in and out and tell them to go take a hike. Sorry, you're not making my laws anymore. So it's all very logical. Our founding fathers were brilliant. I mean, the Constitution is not perfect, but it is brilliant. And think about it. It's because they came from tyranny. They lived under a tyrannical king for years, and they had no voice, and they were being overtaxed, and they felt like, what are we doing? This guy's not listening to us. We have no representation whatsoever. And they broke free. They started our country. They wrote our Constitution such that if it was followed properly, which it's not being followed, if it was followed, we would never have tyranny on these shores again. But here we are 250 years later, and we are literally fighting tyranny.
Is one difference not that people have learned to love tyranny?
You're being very prophetic right now, Andrew.
No, because when you said X, Y, and Z is tyranny, I was thinking, yes, and that people either don't care or egg it on. They're happy with it. They prefer it, actually. It's calming, it's soothing. It's the dangerous, confusing place. They'd rather have tyranny. And that's actually even more terrifying. Sorry to be down. I think some of the people were. That seems to me actually the biggest challenge. If you think about law, where did the lawyers go? And when people have been asking this question about where did the journalists go, where did everybody go? But one question is where did the lawyers go? And if you think about the censorship stuff, a lot of the NGOs and the academics, there's plenty of lawyers in there, and they became part of the apparatus. They were very happy to be part of the apparatus. So, for example, there's something called the Berkman Center for Internet Society at Harvard Law School, which is probably my only tenuous actual connection to the law. Where I was there as a fellow for a couple of years, and they had they still have an initiative called Rebooting Social Media, which explicitly on the website says that they're bringing together NGOs and academia and the intelligence community, because community sounds nice and friendly, and et cetera, et cetera. And out in the open, they have done and doing this work to bring those elements together through, I guess, the crisis, or what they perceive as the crisis of the election of Trump, and the kind of crisis of the elites. And so people have willingly participated in this work. And so, you know, emails that I saw through the Twitter files that most shocked me were, you know, election tabletop, not the Hunter Biden one, but another one, where you had these .mil, .West Point, etc. emails with .Harvard, etc. with, you know, NGOs, etc. having, why were they having a meeting? Why do academics and NGOs, sorry to go down conspiracy land, why were academics and the military having a meeting to, you know, do an exercise prior to the election? That doesn't seem normal to me. Of course, there's always been integration between the intelligence community, etc., particularly during the Cold War and academia. But this was kind of different, and this seemed to come out of the kind of panic of the election of Trump, that now it was okay, particularly for most of these people who identify as kind of liberal, left, progressive, to kind of cast off the old kind of enemies of the FBI, etc., who were oppressing the new left, etc., and actually now embrace them with open arms and say, actually, we're so terrified of the barbarians over there that we're happy to kind of make friends with you again in order to kind of make sure this doesn't happen again.
And this is a serious problem with the legal profession itself today, right? I mean, Bobbie and Cox pursued this case in New York pro bono, just on your own. You were doing property taxes before. Became a Brownstone Fellow. It's enabled you to pursue your litigation, that sort of thing. And I think about the other cases. So many of the law cases that have gone in our direction have been brought by, you know, not big shots, but just regular attorneys who are doing something else, who decided to just step up and do something on behalf of human dignity and human rights.
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Yeah.
As soon as Andrew Cuomo, who was our governor in March of 2020 when COVID came to New York, you know, as soon as he said, everybody locked down, you know, 2 weeks to flatten the curve, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I was like, oh, no. First of all, you can't do that. Second of all, it's not just going to be 2 weeks, right? Because I've been suing the government, you know, for tax certiorari cases for a couple decades, and I said, the government doesn't work that fast. You know, this is not going to just be 2 weeks. So it turned into months, right? And from day one, I was like, no, guys, listen, hey, they can't do this. You know, this is unconstitutional. But as you call them, you know, the big shots, right? I mean, first of all, the civil rights organizations all disappeared.
Yeah. ACLU was all for vaccine mandates and so on. Yeah,
which is, you know, they have attorneys in there. But when we had, this past March, we had the first, they called it the COVID litigation conference, and it was basically a conference of attorneys that was held in Atlanta, Georgia, and attorneys came from all over the country to hear those of us that are on the front lines, you know, fighting against the tyranny and whatever, and to try and, you know, get involved and get into it, and it was the CLE and all this stuff. And at one point, my colleague Jeff Childers, who's a civil rights attorney down in Florida, was on stage, and he said, you know, in the room full of about 700 attorneys, he said, raise your hand if you are in a law firm with 100 or more attorneys. And only a couple of hands went up in the audience. And then he went down and he said, okay, raise your hand if you're in a law firm that has, you know, 50 to 100 attorneys. And then a few more hands went up. And then he said, raise your hand if you are a solo practitioner or in a law firm with 20 or fewer attorneys. And the whole room raised their hands. And so that tells you a lot about where we are today. Because I reached out to, I can't count how many colleagues before I filed the quarantine case, because, you know, I said, first of all, help me, because it'll take less time, it'll be quicker and more efficient if we have more attorneys, or do the case yourself. You know, here it is, you know, right? No one would touch it. No one would touch it, which is why I ended up doing it myself pro bono. No one would touch it, and it's a testament to where we are in society today.
It's just simply because there's no money in fighting the state.
Well, one, there's no money in, civil rights. Typically, you are fighting the government, right? So there's not money in that, but I think also that it takes a certain personality, because you will. I was shunned by my colleagues. Why are you doing this, Bobbie Ann? First of all, it's going to pass. It's going to pass. Don't worry about it. Just, ride it out. Why are you going to push back against the machine? You're going to lose your practice, which I had, for 20 years, built up my practice after leaving a large international law firm. I had my own practice for 20 years. You spent your whole, the past 20 years building up this. Why are you going to risk that? Just sit back, keep your mouth shut. It's going to pass. And I said, there's no way that I'm going to sit back and watch this happen. They are destroying. And I have to say, people always say, like, what made you do this? Because I was in real estate, I used to sue the government on behalf of property owners if I felt that their valuations were unjust, and the government was overstepping in that manner. But what I saw was one of the first things they did was a nationwide, the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, issued a nationwide eviction moratorium. Okay, does that, are bells going off in your head right now? And what that resulted in was tenants across the nation, not all, many, stopped paying their rent because they knew they couldn't get evicted because the government told them you can't get evicted. So landlords were reaching out to me desperate because because they couldn't hold on to their properties. And most landlords in our country are mom and pop shops. So it's people that have saved up, life savings, worked hard, bought a property, maybe it's a 2-family, maybe it's a 5-family, whatever. They live in part of the house and then they rent out the other sections of the property. And that's how they pay their bills, and that's how they feed their children, and that's how they pay. So when your tenants stop paying rent, I was getting calls, emails, people coming to my door and knocking on my office door during COVID when you're not supposed to be out. Please help me. I'm losing my property. I can't pay my mortgage. I can't pay my property taxes. I can't pay my insurance. I can't pay the maintenance on the property because my tenants stopped paying me rent. So I was seeing people lose their life savings. And I was so angry, and I said, you know what? COVID might be terrible, but I'm not a doctor. I don't see that. What I see as an attorney is the government causing such strife for their people, and they're not allowed to do it. It's unconstitutional. They're not allowed to do it, and I had to get involved. I had to step in, and I had.
And the Supreme Court struck that down, right?
A year and a half later, the Supreme Court struck it down. A year and a half later.
We can't live like this, honestly.
No. It's defense.
The freedom can't survive under these conditions where we're in litigation for 1, 2, 3 years to get a court that says, the government's gone too far. And then the agency does it again because there's no real penalties.
That's right.
So listen, I don't want to say anything. Cheer us up. You're young and optimistic.
Cheer us up.
I mean, look at you. I mean, you're in law. You're out there to make a difference. What are you going to do?
The weight on my shoulders. Just to add on to the pessimism, what worries me also, the question is sort of like the factors that Bobbie Ann just talked about, to some extent, are like who's autonomous to take this action. That's when the small firms came in, and then who's willing to take on the social risk of it. And one of the issues you see with young attorneys is that they have $200,000 in student loans, and so they're not really free to take on a case that they want to because they have no real autonomy. They're not particularly able to take on those tasks, and so people wonder why people are scared into silence all the time. I started law school in fall 2019, and and I left for spring break in March 2020 and didn't go back for a while, for a year and a half. And when all this was happening, I was sort of shocked of why, and this wasn't just at law school, more generally, why weren't more young people stepping up? Like, where was the punk rock attitude or the Berkeley 1968 rebel spirit? It was sort of strange, especially within 6 weeks when we realized it probably wasn't going to affect us. Like, let's at least be selfish, we know, why don't we keep on living life? And I kept thinking it was going to come, and it never really did. It still hasn't, certainly. And I think part of that was just that people are not truly free to speak up and say what they want, because the ramifications, if they are all of a sudden unable to get a job or something like that, they have crippling debt, they can't afford a house, they can't afford to be autonomous in their decision making. And so the economics and the freedom point aren't totally decoupled here. And so that's something we probably need to figure out, is how do we empower people to act on behalf of these causes? If the power is consolidating like we see it is, how do we make it so that they can stand up against that? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we're grateful for your efforts, Bobbie and William, Andrew, for all you're doing. Let me finish this with one final question here. And it's something that's concerned me. Well, I guess it's the oldest question in political philosophy, which is, how do you restrain states that are determined to ignore the written restraints on them? I worry about this with Missouri Biden. What happens if this case goes our way? Ultimately, is it enforceable with a government that's determined to be tyrannical? Well, let me ask it a different way. Can we rely on technical legal fixes in absence of a dedicated public consensus for freedom and rights?
So that's a great question, because what you'll see, and what we did see during COVID, but the courts react to public opinion. Yeah. And if the public is scared and the public is okay with the government saying, wear a mask, take a shot, don't leave your house, only 10 people at your Thanksgiving dinner, if the public is okay with that, the courts are going to say, okay, all right. If the public is not okay with that, the courts are going to say, well, hang on a second, we got the Constitution here, you can't do this. Yeah. Right? And what we need to do is, the government has become this catch me if you can attitude. They know they can't do something, they do it anyway, and they say, come get me if you can. Come sue me. If you win, maybe I'll stop. If you don't win, I'm just going to keep doing this. I'm going to take this power that I gave myself. The people didn't give it to me. I gave it to myself, and I'm going to keep going with it. So bringing lawsuits is not the ultimate answer, because we are on defense if we just keep bringing lawsuits. We have to change the leadership who is making the laws, who is appointing the agency heads, and who is then, those agency heads, hiring the people beneath them. We have to change the leadership. That's how we get out of this mess.
And change the public opinion that leads to the leadership.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. That is the
Andrew, do you want to add to anything to this?
Yeah,
I mean, you're from the great country that's so good at restraining the government.
Although we did just restrain the government a couple of weeks ago, yes. So maybe there's in our referendum, which is a matter of hope there. But I think I think these things are the norm. I think governments will always attempt to take more power for themselves. The terrifying thing is that the public has allowed it or actually encouraged government. I mean, my understanding of the story for Britain, for example, was that they were opposing lockdowns at the start, but somehow the public were clamored into a frenzy, put into a frenzy to say, no, please, lock us in our homes. We really want to stay here. So that's the super.
We're all in this together.
Yeah, that's the really, really dangerous thing. So where is the punk rock attitude? And it was the people on the left, which is historically where I was from, or am, or who knows where I am. But it's so confusing today. that used to be the ones who were saying, question authority, no to the government, limits on government power. And I think that was the turnkey. Like, I actually think that the fact that the progressives collapsed, so obviously that had been a long time in the coming, and egged on the government and joined hands with it along with big tech and the media, etc. That's the worst thing for me about it all, and that's why I'm so concerned about how the kind of pushback and the lack of a kind of strong public that is it's working in opposition to this new regime.
But it's tied into the censorship issue.
Oh, it's completely tied into it.
Yeah,
So I mean, in some ways you can take the censorship as a compliment, because it does at least mean that they know that if you did have all the information about what was going on, you would not buy into it, or at least a large number of people would not buy into it. So censorship, in some ways, we can be flattered by the idea that they do. I mean, I think you only censor when you're in a weak position, when you're scared that if people have the other information, they will not follow you on what you're doing. So that thank you for kind of raising the spirits of the room.
Do you have a final word?
I think that was I think that's true. The point of censorship isn't just about restraining the speaker, it's about making sure you can't hear what they have to say. Julian Assange isn't in prison because he's good with computers. He's in prison because you're not allowed to know the truth about what they're doing overseas in a foreign war. And that's true on the Missouri v. Biden case, Berenson v. Biden, all of these cases. I guess we should take it as a compliment that they think they need to lie to us because they know that maybe we'd say something more against it. And I guess as long as we can still have meetings like this and we can still talk to each other and we can still fight back, there's hope. I guess there's the optimism.
Good. Well, we'll leave it there and prepare for our science panel. We'll do a similar thing. Okay? Thanks, Shepard. Appreciate it. My mother's here. Oh, my God.
After you.
So I've had broad experience in media, in science and academia, and in government and bureaucracy. And I worked for the public broadcaster as a TV presenter and film producer for about 12 years in Australia. It's the ABC, or the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, which is different to the ABC in the US in that it's a wholly government-funded, taxpayer-funded broadcaster, so we don't have commercial influence, allegedly. And I became a producer of long-form documentaries, did a series of what were labelled controversial documentaries, poking at big pharma, big chemical, big tech, big food, and they invited a lot of criticism from vested interests, and as a public broadcaster they found it very difficult to deal with the complaints. People were calling for my sacking constantly. I was being derided in the papers as pseudoscientific and controversial, and it was quite a coveted position and a very rare one for people to. I felt very privileged because it was quite a powerful platform to showcase science, medicine, and do these types of investigations. And ultimately, the controversy just led to the entire department being wiped out, and I was cancelled. There was this orchestrated campaign to discredit me, and people were attacking my PhD, alleging scientific fraud, and had to go through legal battles. So that was a period of 5 or 6 years of my life where I had to challenge, what was being thrown at me. Eventually, I just decided that I was going to become independent, not right in Australia, couldn't get work in Australia because of what had happened. But I think the biggest lesson for me was that it was not that I was special in any way, it was just, I think to take me down was a strong message sent to other journalists that they shouldn't really attempt to do the same thing that I did.
I'm getting a very strong impression that we have these things in this country called science journalists who are really just people who sign up to echo government propaganda. And they exist in all places. The New York Times, obviously, but other popular science as we know it. It's just it strikes me over the last 3.5 years has become just government propaganda. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, I've worked in newsrooms and in factual documentary filmmaking, and my experience was similar to what Emily Kaplan described, is that there are a lot of young people in the ranks. They got rid of all the older, more experienced reporters with corporate knowledge. Young people were eager to impress, overworked. It was all science by press release. I had the privileged position of taking a long time to research stories, sometimes months, if not years. We'd film them over several weeks and months. And that's the way you get proper investigations.
Right, and that's just not, that's usually right. I should be clear that everyone on this panel has experienced extraordinary life upheaval, having all of you been in very conventional positions in science. So, that decision, whether there was a time when you actually made it, probably there was, or whether it was thrown at you is quite psychologically disruptive, I would say. And let me turn to you, Dr. Malone, about this subject, too, because I think about you all the time, and you have been, in many ways, a godfather and teacher to us all during this pandemic, right? Right.
Absolutely.
The decision that you made to throw yourself into this battle was surely not an easy one, and you have paid a very big price. Am I correct?
I guess that's fair. One of the things I lecture on all the time is I absolutely refuse to be a victim. We're embedded in a cultural milieu where victimization and self-victimization have become the norm, and and certainly there has been a concerted effort to delegitimize me, to buy from all sides. That's one of the most difficult things for me to manage psychologically, is the attacks coming from people that ostensibly I would think would be allies or had been allies in the past. And that's a hard one for me personally, and I've been told I need to, by senior advisors who have decades of experience in entertainment and providing personal security to people like Jeff Bezos and Bobbie Kennedy, and I'm told, well, I just need to shrug it off and not let it bother me. And my retort to that is, if I became that person, I would have to no longer be the person that I've worked so hard to be in seeking to build my skills in interpersonal empathy. If you are going to be an empathic person, you will be open to the damage caused by the psychological impact of these kinds of attacks. And to be immune to those would be to harden your heart in a way that would damage your soul and damage, in my case, what I have actively sought to be. It's been possible for me to sustain the level of malice that has been directed in large part for two reasons. One is that I have a refuge, and we could call it Galt's Gulch, or we could call it the Cielo Azure Farms in Madison, Virginia. And the other is that I have had a lifelong partner since I was a young teenager. I won't tell you how young, that I remain married to. And we've stood together and walked together and sustained the insults together. And that, I'm sorry to say that I'm not unique in what I have experienced. There are many here in this audience that have experienced what I have, and many who have lost relationships in the context of that barrage and the impacts. We're fortunate in having been able to stand together, but there's no question that I and others have been subjected to concerted, focused, targeted efforts to engage in character assassination. There's no other word for it. There's a lot of fancy words we could talk about, but it is character assassination, and it's not. Not to be hyperbolic, but it is kind of akin to rape. You're having something stripped from you. It's your history, it's what you've achieved, it's the work product of your life that is being actively stripped from you to advance a political agenda that really is agnostic about you. It's nothing about you. And that helps somewhat in not, if you personalize it, then it becomes really difficult psychologically to manage. If you can distance yourself from it and say, okay, this is being done because there's an ulterior motive here, and you just happen to be the person in the way between those that have the power to do this and their objectives, and so they will behave in this way because they are fundamentally unethical, and their structure is built around the logic of utilitarianism, that the ends justify the means, and that there are no ethical boundaries that they will not cross in seeking to achieve that objective, whatever that objective is. In this case, as you've been covering in these other sessions, that objective is justified based on some concept of the greater good, as it always is, right?
Yes, of course.
And so anything is acceptable in pursuit of the objective of the common good, including crushing the individual.
Yeah.
And I guess also I have had the benefit of, as a very young person, because back then the state of California actually did have a gifted and talented program that's now politically unacceptable in their state schools. And so I had to read The Death of Socrates in 1984 and Animal Farm and Brave New World when I was, I don't know, 12? And so those things were deep in my awareness base. And so when these things happened, that gave me some intrinsic strength, knowing that I had already been through the logic of where this goes. So again, in closing, it's not very nice. It is wicked. It's evil. It's apersonal. It is character assassination. In a way, it's akin to rape in that you're having your persona stripped away from you, particularly as a professional that's invested so much time in trying to build that elusive CV and all of that stuff that academics accumulate in order to legitimize themselves and frankly to compete with other academics. That's not very nice. It's not a whole lot of fun having that stripped away from you.
I think I stopped paying attention to the attacks on you a long time ago. Maybe you can just remind us, what was the most prominent, most aggressive assault that you faced?
Vicious. Hard to rank. I'm going to tell you a story, Jeffrey, since you're giving me the mic. Brownstone Institute just came out with and it feeds back into the prior session, okay? So I'm creating a bridge. Brownstone just published a piece, kindly, that I had put out a few days ago that was a detailed expert sworn testimony that had been stripped of its identifiers, designed to support legal cases for individuals who had been unfairly terminated due to unwillingness to accept the jab. What that story did not include intentionally was the context. In that case, and it illustrates something that Kash Patel talks about in his new book, there's an ecosystem here that's intentional. In that case, that carefully developed sworn testimony citing government sources was not allowed into court. That testimony was excluded from consideration. The case was thrown out. The reason it was excluded from consideration is because the defense cited two articles which established in the minds of the judge, who kept referring to himself using the imperial we cannot accept this because Dr. Malone, by the New York Times and the Washington Post, has been clearly established as a spreader of misinformation. And therefore his sworn testimony, now this is hearsay, and the lawyers will tell you that this is illegal to accept hearsay evidence in making a determination like this. But as Kash also points out in talking about the Steele dossier, the ecosystem is that these actors, whoever you want to call them, he likes to refer to the deep state, whatever euphemism you want to call it. These forces employ media to defame. And in my case, one of the most egregious ones was the Atlantic Monthly article that came out that had the cross in front of my face. Many people have asserted this is basically an invitation for assassination. Cross needles in front of my face. Written by a young man who Mostly writes for the Chronicle for Higher Education on woke, pro-woke stuff. He wrote this, very poorly written but rather defamatory article that cast shade on everything about me, including.
Was it just you, or was that other people?
No, it was just me. And this was funded by the Wellcome Trust and the Zuckerberg Chan Foundation. If you go and search my name on Google, it always comes to the top. It's being paid to be at the top of the search engine.
Wellcome Trust? Who knows Wellcome Trust? Okay, Jeremy Farrar, Fauci's partner, burner phones, secret phone calls, lab leak, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You get the picture?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of the non-profit foundation equivalent of Gates Foundation within the UK, but emerges directly out of the Burroughs Wellcome Company. My point is only that the ecosystem works in this aggressive, intentional defamation, slander, delegitimization of someone who's a credible voice in opposition, and then that feeds directly back into the legal system, as Bobbie was saying, because the legal system is totally what we've seen, particularly down at the local level, which is where this case happened in San Diego. The legal system is totally influenced by the perception of its base, which is the body electorate. And so this loops into, well, why should I protest? Why should I raise my voice for the average person on the street? And the reason is because the judiciary, which we thought, I naively thought, was an objective determinant of right and wrong.
At least you didn't think it was Wikipedia.
Is totally, the judiciary is totally responsive to perceived public consensus.
Right.
And so when we have a public that is, as was mentioned, basically seeking totalitarianism, the judiciary is in a position where why should we buck the trend? Right? There's nothing good in that for us. We're just going to get a lot of heat. And so hence the judge is speaking in the plural, we, believe that this is what we should do, irregardless of what the law says. And so I guess that it's the most damaging has been this targeted, intentional press defamation, which is absolutely not unique to me. You can see Matt Getz is a great example, who has risen above it, who refused to allow all the defamation to stick, persevered, and is now one of the most important voices in the House right now. I think we could all agree on that. That gets to my point of my advice to all of you. Choose a role, just don't make it the victim. You can be a warrior, you can be a mentor, you can be a nurturer. Don't be a victim. Don't allow them to define you as a victim. And as Jill and I were grappling with all of this, the epiphany came, we need to be like Ronald Reagan. We need to be happy warriors. And so we almost daily remind each other, we have to be happy warriors. We cannot let this beat us down.
Yeah, well, I lost my happiness March 2020, I'm sorry to say. Somebody pointed out that my old pictures I was always smiling, and now I'm always frowning, so there you go. Simon, you wanted a conventional scientific career. You're a young man. You went through all the right steps. Something went wrong. Why are you living in the Brazilian rainforest?
Oh, yeah.
Raising fish.
Yeah. The fish story is like some defamatory story they put out.
Okay.
But okay, it's okay. It's all right. I'm not raising fish. So I was mid-beginnings of 30s, which is quite the beginning of a scientific career. I had approximately 1,000 citations per year, which is very good for my young age. And I actually want to pursue.
Hold on a second. Is the microphone working for you? Yeah.
It is.
Okay, try now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 citations for
approximately, and yeah, I want to do the tenure track, which means to become a professor. That's what you do in Europe. I don't know how it is in the US. And at one point, a friend of mine said, like, Simon, you're an editor of a journal. Look at this paper here from Christian Drosten, Maryanne, and Co. It was about the PCR test, the COVID PCR protocol. And I was looking into this, and I was like, okay, submitted on the same day as it was published. I was like, that must have been a mistake, but it wasn't a mistake. And I was, back then, I think I had like 100, 200, 300 followers on Twitter, so smallest account you can imagine. And I was just writing a thread about it. I was explaining the peer process, and I was questioning that this paper ever was actually put into this process, so that it was actually peer-reviewed. I was submitting the thread, it was like 1 like. I was like, 1 like, wow, nice. Who is this person? I woke up the next day, several thousand followers more, and 10,000 likes or something. So it went viral. Obviously, someone shared it. And this was the beginning of being cancelled from the Dutch university. So they've been told, yeah, from above. They said from above, someone told us that we can't keep you here. So this was the first time, and I was like, shit, young scientist, what am I going to do now? So I moved to the Brazilian jungle because also my bank account was disabled, frozen, whatever you want to call it. I got into trouble without getting in trouble. So they're just canceling me silently, and no income, no access to money, and I was using Denise's bank account. She's sitting there, she saved me more or less. So yeah, I moved to the jungle, and I then started working for a Norwegian company. Frijters Institute from Norway. It worked out because my Twitter account got suspended for posting my vitamin D paper. This was considered medical misinformation. And yeah, I was actually living a good life as a scientist until January 23, when Elon Musk thought it was a smart move to give me my account back. So I got my account back and immediately canceled again within literally days. So yeah, this is actually the story. And the fun fact is, like Robert was saying, like, okay, defamatory articles, etc. So media was looking into him. They did the same with me, but they never tried to fact-check my claims on the PCR test. The only thing that fact-checked are my memes. So whenever I put a meme, Yahoo or CNN would say, like, oh, this meme is misinformation. That's like, I was like, it's a meme. Why do memes exist? So it's so only my memes get fact-checked by the media. So right now, I'm keeping like Robert. I think being offended is a choice. It's the only way you can really make it through this infodemic, whatever you want to call it. So if I would be offended every time someone attacks me on Twitter or some of these Soros journalists, I would be offended 24/7. So this is not an option. So I just ignore it. I go my own way. I'm not writing a book. You know about that.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to pursue my way, and of course I cannot enter academia anymore. So actually my career is destroyed. So I have to find an alternative career, and that's what I'm doing.
Yep. Ramesh Thakur, when Kofi Annan became UN Secretary, he tagged you to be his Deputy Secretary. You've lived a very prestigious life as a scientist and an academic. What have these times meant for you? And let me add that his book, with us, just came out a couple of days ago. We're all very excited. We all love his writings on Brownstone. So just tell us, and we're going to hear later from you tonight, but go ahead.
A couple of things. Firstly, Robert, you mentioned Socrates, and you said how you've had a long and satisfying married life. I've been married for 48 years as well now. Just an anecdote that you might like before I get to your thing. One of these verified student bloopers, a kid had written that Socrates is famous in history for having died from an overdose of wedlock. In terms of the themes we have traversed through the day, can I point out firstly that even though I have emeritus status, I am not an active professor at the Australian National University. Through all my writings, which have been very critical of lockdowns and mask mandates and vaccine mandates, including by the ANU itself that has imposed them, I have not criticized my own university, but I've been critical of these. I have never even been queried, let alone rebuked or censored by my university. That I'm in a privileged position for whatever the reason, and from their point of view, they can now look back as the narrative unravels. And if they are criticized, they can say, well, you know, here's one of our professors who's actually been saying this, and we have allowed him to say it. So it's a protection for them as well. So that's worth saying. Secondly, Paul Dirac. How many remember that? How many recognize the name? Paul Dirac, a Swiss English physics Nobel laureate from 1933, I think. A protege of Werner Heisenberg, who got the physics Nobel Prize in 1932. Dirac went on to England. One of his parents was from there. But not surprisingly, given they were in the same field, Heisenberg, I think it was Heisenberg, the surname, Heisenberg and Dirac formed a personal bond and friendship. Heisenberg stayed working under the Nazi regime, and afterwards Dirac maintained his friendship, and for that he was criticized by quite a lot of other colleagues. And there's a lovely explanation from him, which is the point of the story, and that is, it's easy to be a hero in a democracy. And I say that because this question has come up: how and why did the doctors go along? How and why did the intellectuals go along? Why did we, in this privileged environment, comply with this? And I want to turn that around. I think if even 10% of the doctors and the professors and the credible journalists had taken it on, it would have collapsed. You just need a minority. Now, I don't want to judge any of them. I do not know their individual circumstances. I was very fortunate in that I was already retired. They couldn't sack me. I was also unusual in that when I said I was retired, I had meant it, and I had refused to accept any commitments for beyond my thing, other than seeing through the PhD students who were still midway in their thesis. And then when that was done, I refused to write academic articles. I refused to review manuscripts. I refused to review book manuscripts, of which you used to do 6 to 10 a year and stuff like that. So that meant that I had both the opportunity without threat of being cancelled and the time and freedom to go back to what academics love doing, solve intellectual puzzles, and the discrepancy between what I had known before and done this. But the Dirac story, if you think about that, the fact that so many of our current people were unable to challenge the narrative suggests in itself that we were no longer under practicing democratic regimes. It would have had to be a hero like Robert Malone to challenge. And that's a telling anecdote to illustrate the title of the book that we've just done, Our Enemy, the Government. Now, to go back to the substance of that, I mean, when they asked me to be on this panel, I said, you do realize I'm not a scientist, I have no medical qualifications whatsoever. And they said, well, you approach it from the policy side, even if it's started off with the international policy from the UN. It is important and it's relevant. I worked, broadly speaking, in global governance issues, which includes but was not limited to health and pandemics. I co-authored a book on global governance, which actually is the most successful book on that subject still and used quite a lot. And one of the chapters is on pandemics and health. We from the United Nations University set up a new institute in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, on global health. So I looked into that from that point of view as well. For my sins, I used to co-organize and co-chair a a meeting of the entire UN system worldwide, bringing together research parts with their counterparts on the consumer side, clientele side, within the UN system. And the same thing that you hear about in public about, they don't speak the same language and the vocabulary, they talk past each other, the practitioners are not interested in what the people are saying, they'd rather have advice from the top prestigious institutions like Harvard and Stanford, and the complaints from the researchers that they'd rather go outside than look at what's being done within the system, even though it's saying the same thing, sort of thing. So the point was there, and the effort to try and connect data and theory to policy, distill it into what it means in policy terms. So that was there. I was also involved for several years in a small group under the leadership of former Canadian Prime Minister Paul Martin on the merits of and the mechanics of elevating the finance minister's G20 as it used to exist since '97, which Paul Martin and Larry Summers had set up, how to elevate that into a leader's level, which it has now become. But we were involved in a small group in advocating for that. And we were exploring the topics of international crises that might trigger such a shift upwards to leadership level summit. And we looked at nuclear disaster, we looked at terrorism, we looked at a major health pandemic as a trigger to that, and we looked at financial crisis, which is the one that actually was then used to activate it. So with all these, I had some familiarity with the health issue and the pandemic issue in particular, and I was aware of the existing state of knowledge and how that we had tried to translate that into policy when the need arose. And then finally, in terms of the personal story, for just over a month, mid-February to mid-March 2020, I was with my family in India and watched this unfold from India, and my family is part of the deep interior, even by Indian standards. And two conclusions were very evident being present there at the time. One, under Indian conditions, and we're talking about, remember, over 1 billion people. Under Indian conditions, lockdowns are physically impossible. And the state simply doesn't have the administrative capacity to enforce lockdowns. Both these factors. But the second reality was the immense devastation it would cause at the human level to individuals and families, where the vast majority of your labor force works as casual labor in the informal sector and as casual daily wage laborer. What is someone who earns his daily living from driving a manual rickshaw? What's he going to do if you take away his livelihood for even 1 week, let alone a month or a year? You can predict the harms in terms of child trafficking, in terms of child labor, in terms of suicides, in terms of domestic abuse of wives as well as children. All that was very quickly a reality in terms of imagining the world. And so I go back to that, and then back to the intellectual puzzle. I said, okay, we've had all this national pandemic preparedness plans, the ones I have looked at myself, UK, Canada, US, Australia, and I'm sure there are many others. I went back and refreshed myself with the state-of-the-art synthesis on pandemic preparedness that the WHO published in September 2019, not very old. And all of them were consistent in the message that non-pharmaceutical interventions like lockdowns, like mask mandates, travel restrictions are strongly not recommended. If necessary, you can institute them for very short term of 1 to 2 weeks to ramp up your health infrastructure, hospital beds, ICU beds, so that you don't get overwhelmed. But the longer you leave it, the more damage you cause. And the cost will be paid once you open up again. So the puzzle was, on what basis did we abandon that? Why? Where is the data? completely dubious data from Wuhan, from one city? That doesn't gel. Where's the theory? There is none. Well, sorry, science doesn't progress like that. This is anti-science in terms of existing established science. So that's why I began working on this. And I tell you, and I'll finish with this, by the end of 2020, I was saying, I'm done. I've said what I want to say. I want to get back to my retirement life, go back to a life of ease. What changed my mind was the letters and messages and phone calls I got from two groups of people. One, the ordinary people, who said, look, you have a voice, you have a status, you have a global platform. The things you are saying makes a lot of sense to us and no one else is saying it. It gives us hope. Please don't stop. And the second group, which was even more surprising, was doctors and surgeons, who said, no, your understanding of medical science is actually better than most doctors and you're able to explain it in a public way. That is very important. You are our voice as well, and we will give you the data so long as you don't attribute it to us. But please keep writing. So again, I also discussed this with my wife, and she said, look, you have a duty. Whether you want to or not, what they're saying is correct. And you have to keep speaking for them because it gives them a measure of hope. So the thing that I drew a line at, and I was very careful about, was if they called me for actual medical advice, I would say, look, please talk to your doctor. What I can tell you is these are the questions you ought to ask your doctor. And if you and before you ask the questions, ask them if they are in a position, referencing, I think something that in the first panel someone said, I don't think it was David or someone else, the doctor-patient relationship, the Hippocratic Oath. The first question you ought to ask your doctor is, are you going to be able to give me your individual best professional opinion? Or are you under instructions to repeat the government line? If the latter, change doctor, find someone who says, yes, they're prepared to give you that. And you know, some doctors are reported when they give this frank advice as well. So that's how I got involved in this, and that's how I have not been able to get out of it.
You're so passionate. It's a joy for me to be on the receiving end of your submissions because you check your email, and when there's something from Ramesh Thakur, I think, oh, here we go. And it seems to happen, about once a week, and I'm so grateful for that. By the way, your story of India and the poor reminds me, one of the states that didn't lock down. In the world, I think there were like 5, right? But one of them was Nicaragua, and my old nemesis, Daniel Ortega. I say that because I met all of his cabinet ministers when I was, 3 years older. I took a trip there in the late 1980s. I just finished college. So he's like this communist guy, but when the UN told him when the WHO told him to lock down, he said, we can't do that. We're too poor. We can't lock down. So they never did anything in Nicaragua, actually. It's one of the few states in the world that didn't do it. In any case, what I'm hearing from all of you, and I'm sure there's some agreement about this, is the failure of science. I worry about this because the loss of trust in everything seems to have affected everyone and everything. It's governments, it's media, but it's also science itself. Can we really, it used to have some status just a few years ago. Now it's not so clear. So I wonder if we have any suggestions here on what we need to do besides just continuing to speak out, which everyone's here is grateful for all 4 of you for continuing to do that. But what are the prospects for rebuilding respect for science in the future? And are we looking at decades? Or is this just a temporary setback? Leave it open to anyone.
I'd say it would take years. It's such a multi-pronged approach. I think transparency is essential. The problem is that we haven't had access to data. Journalists, even submitting FOIs, have them returned fully redacted or largely redacted. So we need better, more transparent information. Mm-hmm. And then there's this giant elephant in the room of corporate regulatory capture of these public health institutions. And people have been talking about this for decades. It's come to a climax with COVID. But how do we get pharmaceutical funding out of the drug regulators? People have hypothesized lots of things. Having an independent drug regulator that is not funded by the pharmaceutical company, assessing the FDA's regulatory decisions. I mean, it feels like it's all doubling up. But
so, to your mind, the pharmaceutical profits have subsidized basically the corruption of the whole scientific world.
Yeah, I did this investigation for the BMJ last year and looked at the level of pharmaceutical funding for 6 of the major drug regulators in the world. And Australia was the top in terms of receiving 97% of its funding, operational budget, from drug industry fees. The UK's MHRA receives about 86% of its funding from drug fees, and I think the US was about
40%, 50?
60?
Yes, more than 50, yeah.
Okay,
which
keeps
is
going up.
The CEDA, which is the drug regulatory arm of the FDA. I think there just needs to be a complete and total gutting of these organisations. I don't know what the answers are, to be honest. I don't know how to reform and rebuild these organisations, but I think it will take many years before people will trust authorities and public health institutions.
Well, I guess the collapse in Pfizer and Moderna stock prices is a good start. So that's been fun.
Although it's plateaued in the last week, just to say.
I think, can I tackle that question also? I think it depends partly, or quite a lot on how they deal with where we are now. In the sense that if there were to be an acceptance and public acknowledgement, public mea culpa, from the public health authorities, that would be a great stimulus to regaining trust and confidence. One of the things that has happened, we've talked all day, and many of us have written about this, the collapse of the old left-right distinctions for practical purposes. One of the things that they have got away with by raising these censorship issues and labeling us anti-vaxxers and conspiracy nutters and stuff like that, is they have successfully diverted attention away from their failure to invest in public health expenditure at a level that would be adequate to meet emergencies. I mean, the reason I was involved in these pandemic preparedness things and trying to agitate was, this is a predictable thing. Someday we will face a pandemic. You need to be prepared for that now. In the middle of it, you'll be caught short.
So you're saying the absence of public funding led to...
Well, WHO, David has written about it. I wrote Kofi Annan's reform report in 2002. It's a very satisfying thing to say, I, the Secretary General, have decided, and be writing that sort of thing. But as a result, I had access to any data I wanted from the UN system. When we began with the WHO, in the UN system, the funding, including the WHO, the funding goes, it's assessed contributions and then voluntary contributions. Voluntary contributions, sometimes also called extra budgetary support. Assessed contributions are those that are decided upon by the organization itself and member states have to pay. Voluntary contributions, they can decide to top it up to suit the need, to meet the needs that are there. When we began, the assessed contributions was 75%. Voluntary contributions were only 25%. So the WHO was protected against donor capture. By the time I write the report in 2002, the balance it's not quite completely reversed, but it's more than 50% already is voluntary, is dedicated. It's mainly at that time from governments, and between then and now, the proportion of the Gates Foundation has kept going up as well. And they direct what they want. So it's like the regulatory agencies, it's donor capture, and David's written very well on those things, and you can see the present distribution of funding things there. So if your money is coming from there, follow the money. You see this with the Tamiflu controversy with WHO, when so many governments ended up buying these flus that were then thrown out, and pharmaceutical companies made money as well. So we need to go back to those things also. And then it just keeps getting layers and layers. We had this state border closures in Australia. Well, as it is, Australia, compared to the United States, is a very small population country. But at least at the national level, you can rationalize your vacant beds and fly people in emergencies to wherever the vacancies are. But if you start closing things, then every state has to have redundancy, not just nationally. And that breaks down. But we had people die because they were not allowed to cross borders to access the hospital that was nearest to them. And people, meaning we had 1 or 2 twins still in the womb, had to be sacrificed because of this factor, the government closing the borders. And there's another case from Adelaide to Sydney, so or Melbourne, the flight didn't take place, I can't remember. Unbelievable. So it's these things. We can do that. If, however, they don't acknowledge the mistakes, and they double down on, no, we did the right thing under the circumstances, then the chances of regaining public trust and confidence are going to be much, much lower.
Robert, go.
Okay, I want to go micro to macro. I know from direct personal experience the WHO is intensely corrupt. Okay, I had a client directly get hustled by the Director General during the Ebola crisis for a donation when there was a decision that my client's vaccine product, originally developed by Canada, was going to become the lead vaccine candidate for Ebola. Long story, we ended up selling it to Merck. But I experienced that directly. Okay, the WHO is notoriously corrupt. Micro. More macro. We are locked in the loop of thinking about the COVID crisis. And we're not recognizing the parallel of, for instance, the climate crisis, which has the same ecosystem. Okay? And if we go up above that, what we see is that there is this, and I'm going to call it a false religion. We use the term scientism. It's not technically an accurate term to reflect. Scientism is the belief system that the only things that are true and real are that which we can observe and detect. That's scientism. But we use it as a euphemism for this kind of large science weaponization to advance other agendas, including politico-economic power agendas. And that's what's really going on, is the mantle of science, which has come to replace the mantle of religion in terms of public perception of authority, of being an arbiter of truth and correctness in the world, has become weaponized and assimilated for other agendas. And you can see that again and again and again. And as that, I mean, there's down at the micro level, there's all of the long-standing corruption that exists within academia and the whole funding cycle and the growth of these mafias, scientific mafias that compete with each other, etc. All of that was pre-existing substructure that then got revealed under the pressure of this particular event so that we can now perceive it in a way that we could not previously perceive it, unless you happen to be one of the poor bastards that was in the mill and you were seeing it all around you, but there's nothing you could say about it. Nobody would care. They wouldn't believe you, as you were saying. But I think the real issue here is the macro one, which is that the cloak of science, the robes of science as a religion, the priesthood of science as a religion has been co-opted to advance other agendas. And we see that in so many different ways now. And once that's happened, and the public is able to perceive that has been co-opted and subjugated to advance other agendas, including economic ones. As Ernst Wolf, I think I first encountered very eloquently demonstrating the cascade of events that led to this massive upward transfer of wealth during this COVID crisis. Once that happened and people became aware of it, they became aware that science as they thought it was, this priesthood, this ivory tower priesthood that was so noble, is not noble at all, that it is just as corrupted as the cop on the corner, then suddenly we have a massive failure of a major pillar of current society. And what I think our future is not one of the challenge of rebuilding faith in science. I think it's the challenge of rebuilding faith in culture, in Western culture, and that we succumb to a nihilism of disaffection from the culture surrounding us because we've lost one of the last remaining pillars of what we thought were the guardians of truth, because they have been co-opted. And I'm with you that the rebuild is going to be a challenge, and I'm currently being asked by various parties to figure out what could be done about the FDA. And I don't want to be a total nihilist and say that we just got to burn the place down, because that's the easy answer.
I think sounds like the right answer, actually, but
I think there are some things that we can do, just like Cash is talking about how to rebuild justice. But are we going to rebuild the faith of the, is it 20%? Is it 30% of the population that are now awake and can perceive what has transpired here and is continuing to be transpired in the context of climate change and other and the energy agenda and everything else? I think we're, you want to talk about dark winter. I think we're in for some dark politics, and I'm not sure how we get from here to there except through the kind of decentralized small group community rebuild that many of us talk about, which is kind of
some dark
going back to the Middle Ages.
Some dark economics about which we'll talk here in a few minutes. And Maryanne, what's the last word?
Just quickly on what Ramesh said about why public health authorities don't come out and say, we're sorry, we got it wrong. This is even pre-COVID, when I've challenged public health officials about why they would recommend a certain dietary advice that, turned out to be detrimental to people with diabetes, for example. All of them really expressed concern about people coming back and suing public health or government for harm that was done for advice that they took from these public health authorities. So they're very reluctant to ever admit that they've done something wrong. The best you'll get is the science changed, so our advice changes with the science.
I hadn't actually thought about that. That's really interesting. That may account for the absence of the mea culpas. All right, we'd like to thank all four of you for your voices, your faith, your courage. Thank you. And we got David Stockman and Gigi Foster now, I think. Okay. Mom. Test. Test.
But let me start by saying in the last panel, we learned that science has lost its trust and respect. Now, when it comes to economics, God help us. Economics never had it before all this started. But what I'd like to do in a couple of minutes, Jeffrey, to respond to that question,
Do we
if
have
I may.
is this microphone loud enough, you think?
Am I...
yeah, okay.
Am I okay now?
Yeah, now you're good. Yeah.
Okay. I've been struck by your confession last night that after publishing 1,000 articles...
2,000, yeah.
2,000. After writing hundreds, you still can't explain how this thunderous event of mid-March 2020 happened.
True.
You know, I would call it a lights out for free society kind of event. Well, I'm here today to relieve your mind. I have the answer, and it's in one word. In my very best Dustin Hoffman graduate style, the new plastics is fiat. Okay? And fiat, by that I mean money printing at the Fed. I mean, there was such a fantastic outpouring of Fed credit, monetization of the debt during that period, that it literally unleashed the Congress to spend and borrow in ways that are crazy beyond anything that's imaginable. And I'm going to just throw out a couple statistics in a moment. And that, in turn, bought off the entire public response to what was really a kind of totalitarian event in the midst of our, day-to-day economic and social life. Now, I think one way to measure that, remember, what I'm saying is, and probably wouldn't strike everyone here as the obvious thing to think about, is that the route to medical freedom and all the things that we've been talking about here is shackling the Fed. It didn't quite. Now, I don't want to sound as probably monotonous on this topic as Ron Paul, but I am. Okay. Because if we go through the logic of it, I think you'll see quite clearly how significant this is. Now, the first thing I want to do is just remind everyone of how sweeping, how thunderous this lockdown event was that was triggered when Trump held his famous press conference on March 16. In an ordinary recession, at the bottom, even the bad ones like the Great Recession, GDP drops by about 7%. That's the worst quarter, the bottom quarter, 7% on an annualized basis. During Q2 2020, right at ground zero of the lockdowns, GDP dropped by 35% at an annual rate, or 5 times the worst thing we've ever seen, including going back to the Great Depression. So another sort of fun fact, in a normal recession at the bottom, the worst monthly numbers you ordinarily get in terms of unemployment is 500,000 or 600,000 a month. In April 2020, the number of new unemployed was 21 million. So we had like a 40x event in terms of its impact, on the Main Street economy. Last, in a normal recession, the one place that is kind of ducks the hit when it comes to a recessionary downturn is the leisure and hospitality sector. For some reason, people keep going to bars, they keep going to movies, they spend money, and so there's never a downturn. In April 2020, this time, employment in the leisure and hospitality, and that's restaurants, bars, movies, sporting events, and so forth, dropped by 58%. Now, you may say, well, how big is 58%? 58% is so big that it was the equivalent of wiping out all the jobs that have been created in that sector, which was our growth sector in the economy, for the previous 41 years. It took us all the way back to April 1979, when as a young congressman I was beating up on Jimmy Carter for ruining the economy, okay? And in April 2020, we had fewer hours worked in leisure and hospitality than we did way back then. So that's how thunderous it was. Now, why didn't we have a huge public uprising? Why weren't they out on the streets with torches, out on the streets, with pitchforks, ready to prosecute the governing forces that were making this happen? And the answer came 2 days later. Now, you remember Trump started standing around like a deer in a headlight. He turns the podium over to Deborah Birx, I called her the scarf lady, who tried to explain that, yes, we're going to 2 weeks to flatten the curve, and they were pressing her on, well, what exactly are you saying? Are we going to close every restaurant in the country, et cetera, et cetera? And she was hemming and hawing and double-talking in her best style. And finally, Fauci standing behind them in a line, he couldn't take it anymore. He barged right up to the podium, pushed her out of the way, and said, "Let me read." And he read, "Bars, restaurants, food courts, gyms, other indoor, other outdoor venues where groups of people congregate should be closed, full stop. Step back into line, smiling, from corner to beaming from ear to ear, as if the Almighty had spoken." And that's where we were. And it would have caused this reaction, in my view, save for one thing. 2 days later, Trump put out a very famous tweet in which he said, "Don't be troubled. Help is on the way. We're sending money. You didn't cause the China virus, and therefore we've got everything under control." And within days, they passed the CARES Act, $2.2 trillion, that no one had any idea what was in there. They passed 2 more follow-on acts in December and March the next year. So this is a 12-month period. $6.6 trillion was shoved into the economy in a period of 12 months. And so then you would say, well, how big is $6.6 trillion? It's 150% of the entire budget of the United States in 2019, the year before the pandemic. 150%, and that's everything. Defense, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the Forest Service, student loans, everything in the entire budget was only $4.5 trillion, including, that I would normally throw in the Tea Tasters Board, but that was the one thing we were able to get rid of during the Reagan Revolution against big government, so it was no longer there. But everything else, added up to $4.5 trillion. Here was $6.5 coming in that short period of time, and it's more than just the size of that number, which is astronomical, flooding into the economy. Households got $2 trillion in the stimmy checks and the toppers for unemployment. Business got $2 trillion, beginning with, the so-called PPP, payroll protection program, which was $800 billion of loans, of which 98% were forgiven within a few months, and you could go on down the line, but that all came flooding in, and it was so enormous that it basically changed the whole psychology, the whole political climate in which this totalitarian medical emergency was being imposed. Now, I want to use 3 examples to give you quickly some idea of how extensive this was. I take the bottom of the rung, the middle family, and the top of the economic ladder. if you took someone basically at a minimum wage, 20 years old, no family, you know, doing whatever 20-year-olds do now, he normally got laid off, would have received $350 a month in the average state unemployment. No big thing. That's kind of a $20,000 a year salary annualized. It's not anything you can make a living on. They came along and said, we're going to give everybody a $600 a week topper on top of the normal unemployment. So all of a sudden now, even the minimum wage guy that didn't, you know, expect that much in life at that point was getting $1,000 a week, $50,000 annual rate of pay, and it wasn't, you know, a princely living I'm talking about. It's just no one was going to complain too much. They weren't going to march on Washington at $50,000 a year. Now take a family of 4, 2 wage earners, 2 kids, and maybe they got a little side gig selling home-baked cookies on the internet. What did they get? Well, they both got laid off. They both got the $50K a year. They both got 3 rounds of stimmy checks for themselves and for their kids. They probably got some PPP money for their business because they may have had one employee that they kept on. They all got huge enhanced tax credits. Remember, those tax credits were blown way up. So the bottom line is at the middle, there's $100,000 a year flowing through all of these spigots, all of these mechanisms that were thrown into the $6.5 trillion sight unseen because they passed it so fast they had no idea what they were doing. Then let's get to the top finally. The stock market dropped for about 3 days, and then it was off to the races because obviously the Fed was printing money at $120 billion a month. That is new money, $120 a month, flooding in. Wall Street took off, and obviously it was off to the races from there. What did that do for the top 1% of households? Okay, the average household in the top 1%, you know, has had a net worth of about $25 million when this event happened. Within 4 quarters, their net worth had gone to $35 million. Okay, the top 1%, that's only 1.3 million households in America, picked up a cool $12 trillion of additional net worth. The average top 1% picked up another $10 million each. And so at the bottom, at the middle, at the top, everybody is happy, at least from an economic point of view. And that's why there was no protest. That's why there was no, as I remember back when I was in Congress, no tractorcade going to Washington complaining that you're destroying our living and so forth. Now, you can say, well, how is that going to be prevented ever again in the future? And the answer is they never, ever, even with Donald Trump ready to sign anything that came across his desk, because he never saw a debt that he didn't like, obviously. But how did that happen? It happened only because the Fed was standing at the ready, printing money like there was no tomorrow. At the beginning of this crisis in late 2019, the balance sheet of the Fed was about $3.5 trillion. It had taken 106 years from the opening of its doors in 1914 to get to that level, 3.5 trillion. Within 2 years, when they finally stopped the printing press in March 2022, the balance sheet was $9 trillion. In other words, they printed $5.5 trillion in a compact period of time that distorted and contorted and changed everything. It absorbed all the Treasury debt. You know, during that period, the Treasury borrowed $6 trillion in 2 years. It was all, most of it was picked up, monetized by the Fed. That kept interest rates low. No one's complaining. And so we end up tolerating what was really an outrageous attack on a free society, on a free economy, on the Bill of Rights, and all all the rest of it, including especially, and I heard a few examples of this today, of people who had spent a lifetime building equity in their little neighborhood restaurant or their neighborhood tavern or their, gym or whatever, shut down, not just for a few days or 2 weeks or a month, but for a year or two, and destroyed in the process. All of that happened without a political reaction, because at the end of the day, the Fed was printing the money, the Congress was spending and borrowing the money, the public was flooded with totally unnatural levels of cash flowing into the system, and as a result, we had a huge, huge failure of governance. So what do? We have to go after the Fed, and that's another whole story, but until you shackle that institution, we're never going to get our fiscal house in order. If we don't get our fiscal house in order, the politicians will find plenty of ways to bribe, to pay off, and to allow the kind of outrageous assaults on individual liberty and freedom that happened during that period. Anyway, in my view, that's the lesson.
Then you had the inflation kick in and steal all the fake wealth, right?
Yes.
I mean, 20 cents on the dollar, basically. Gigi, something very similar happened in Australia, am I right? I mean, the story parallels very closely.
Very much. Well, first I want to thank David for a really masterful overview of the economics of the COVID era. That's fantastic. And yes, we did have a very similar story. So in Australia, we had the stimulus package known as JobKeeper that went to all the various people in the economy, many of whom got way more from the government than they possibly could have in the economy, and that gave them the habit of suckling at the government teat. And we already sort of had that in the culture, even more so than in America, I think. And I've actually written about this. The nationhood story of Australia is not one of revolutionary uprising against a powerful force, but rather bringing the power with you from the UK and looking up to it, because it was a really hostile environment in Australia. So when things get tough, the Australians look to the government, and this is exactly what happened during COVID. And even those JobKeeper payments, those stimulus payments, went into the calculation of GDP. So it even helps disguise how bad this was, right? And in fact, just as with the Fed printing money, we had the RBA, the Reserve Bank of Australia, our central bank also, singing from the same song sheet, and the central bank governor at the time, very unwisely, I think, in 2021, said something like, well, we're not going to raise interest rates until 2024. And then, of course, they started raising them way before then, and then that man lost his head, well, not his head, but his job, and really took a scapegoat fall for what was truly much more of a broad sort of culpability of the people in charge, both on the fiscal side and the monetary side. But I do disagree with you on one thing. And this comes from, I guess, my perspective as a kind of, behavioral economist, a more broad-minded economist. I think a lot about the psychologies involved, and so the social psychologies and the anthropological, cultural issues that are also in play. From my perspective, it was not that the governments did wrong things to the people who weren't clamoring for it, and then the people sort of got paid off to not complain. It was much more that the politicians read the writing on the wall in mid-March 2020, because before then they were not saying such ridiculous things about COVID as they did afterwards. Certainly in Australia, we had our PM saying, well, you know what, COVID's not that bad for most people, but if you're old, you might want to worry about it a little bit. This is early March 2020. And then once the ICL modeling came out, and the pictures from Milan, and the videos from China, and the body bags, the freezer trucks from New York, all that stuff, perpetuated everybody's fear that had already been building, and ramped it up to a huge level. And people were so petrified that the politicians realized in order to keep their seats, they needed to be seen to do something about this great, feared problem. And it didn't really matter whether that thing had anything to do with reducing the threat of COVID. It just had to seem sort of at a surface level to be connected somehow and be able to be wrapped in a flag. And so lockdowns were the thing. China had done it. Well, why not? Let's try this, right? And it sold. And then once you're going to lock down people, in order for them not to starve and truly get desperate and then truly come to their senses, because otherwise their children can't eat, you have to follow it up with a stimulus package. And so that's what happened in Australia. And so yes, there was a buying off, but I don't think that the politicians were the first movers. The first movers were the very scared population. And they were the ones who then kind of, in a sense, forced the politicians' hand. I mean, that's what the politicians would say. I've had this conversation with many people about, well, they couldn't politically have done anything else. Well, they could have if they'd had courage, if they'd cared about their population.
Or if there hadn't been a central bank, maybe.
Perhaps. But I think it's very unlikely that, I mean, maybe there are some really good leaders in the past we could look to and say, well, if they had been in those positions of authority at the time, would they have said, no, what I'm seeing here is a mass hysteria. I must, first of all, tamp down the fear. That's job one, right? When you are scared out of your mind, you're going to make bad decisions. You're going to be demanding bad things from the government. So job one for the government is tamp down the fear and then assess the situation and give good data, good information to people and give a reasonable story that says, look, we've got this virus's number. It's the coronavirus. We've seen 4 of these things in the past. We basically know how to handle this stuff. Sanitation is the big way to save lives. So let's focus on those things and protect the elderly as much as possible and just keep going.
And you did this, Gigi. I mean, one of the things that during those bad times and those months that I saw was Gigi Foster, a video of you on Australian Broadcasting Corporation, and she's battling through like 9 experts. And it
wasn't 9, it was like 3.
Well, no, it was, I remember it, whatever it was. But it was really something, and they were whipping up. She just took them on one by one, and over the course of a very long period, and just ferociously destroyed them, actually. And it was very encouraging for me, and I immediately wrote you.
Well, that's very kind. I don't think that your impression of those incidents is shared by many in Australia. I mean, it was a quite easy thing to do because, I've never been so sure that I was right about anything in my life. I'm sure that's probably true for you too, right? And probably many people in this room. You have to make judgment calls in science all the time, and every judgment call is, on the edge, and you don't know for sure. But with this, it was just so bleedingly obvious that we were doing so much damage. And it was so impossible to get that message across to people who'd been caught up in the fear. I remember coming off the stage one of those times, I think it was the April 2020 ABC Q&A experience, coming off the stage and chatting with this woman who had been on with me, and she sort of looked at me with this sort of kind of expression on her face as if she had just discovered some enlightened, version of a new reality that had never occurred to her before. And she said, I think I'm starting to see your point. And this is after, an hour and a half of saying, are you a granny killer? Do you want people to die? Right?
I remember.
Kind of stuff. People just couldn't understand costs. And this is one of the things that was sacrificed on the altar of COVID was basic economic tools were just tossed out the window. And it wasn't the first time. I remember a conversation with somebody in my department. So I work in a university, in a mainstream university, still have my job amazingly. And most of all my colleagues think I'm totally nuts, of course. But before COVID, I remember having a conversation with this one person who's very careerist, kind of standard, young, ambitious, economist, wants to get published in the good journals, wants to get the grant money, doesn't really have any tether to the community's needs, standard kind of picture. And I remember just him casually saying that, well, of course, it's very important to consider costs and benefits of anything, although, obviously with climate, we would, pretty much pay anything to make sure that doesn't happen. And I remember thinking, it was already kind of a habit of thinking, the great big thing, whatever's in, the mainstream.
Economics matters so long as somebody else doesn't matter more.
Right. As long as somebody doesn't tell me that this thing matters more. And so that was primed, and so that just kicked in. So we forgot about cost-benefit analysis, we forgot about trade-offs, we forgot about opportunity cost, and that was never a big set of beliefs or frameworks in the political class anyway, but it became just completely lost.
It was just crazy. Why? It's so hard to ask these questions because it doesn't make any sense. I don't have the answers. But we know there's some relationship of some uncertain sort between money printing and the consequences of inflation. Mm-hmm. Why did we pretend for the better part of a year like that didn't exist?
Well, the inflation happened almost instantly, but the first round of inflation happened in Wall Street, in the canyons of Wall Street. Yeah. And the financial markets took off, and if you look at any, the Dow or the S&P 500 or NASDAQ or any of the rest of them, they were soaring for a year. That was absorbing the first round of all that credit. But it takes a while to work its way through the world economy. The effect of the lockdown was to disrupt the supply supply chains, which had been offshored for the last 25 years. And as a result of that offshoring, there had been a tremendous deflation in the cost of goods in the United States. This is like a figure that's almost too crazy to believe, but it's BLS, so it's got to be true, right? Durable goods between 1996, when the China, export factories really got going, and late 2019, right before all this started, the index declined by 40% over that period. Nothing goes down by 40% in this world, and yet that's what they said. Now, part of it was just screwy BLS, but part of it was we were arbitraging cheap labor out of the rice paddies of China and its supply chain. All of that made for a period of time when inflation was artificially and unsustainably low. But when the supply chains got totally disrupted as a result of the shutdowns, all bets were off, and essentially the suppressed inflation of the previous decade eventually got unleashed. Now, the lockdowns and the stimmies caused so much economic dislocation and distortion that it's really hard to believe. I'll give you one or two examples. Normally, if you looked at the data on a year-over-year basis, durable goods consumption in the United States would increase by 70 billion, 100 billion. That was kind of the number year after year, with a little bit of growth. In the year ending in April 2021, after 3 rounds of stimmies, and after a full year of lockdown, so people couldn't spend any money on services, they couldn't go to the bar, they couldn't go to the restaurant, they couldn't go to the movie, etc. All this cash was building up, and then the government shoving all this cash to a lot of people that didn't need it, not just the people who were unemployed, but everybody, 100 million households got this. The spending on the only thing that was safe, a delivery from Amazon to your front doorstep where you didn't have to touch anybody or get near anybody, durable goods spending increased at a 1 trillion year-over-year rate, or 10 times the normal. And it was that massive increase in demand and therefore shipments that basically depleted the entire supply chain. Every warehouse in the country was totally depleted. The ships coming across the ocean were slowed down. Even in China, the factories were under various kinds of lockdown orders. All of a sudden, this great supply chain that had kept prices falling in the entire durable goods sector for 10 years was disrupted. The inventory was totally depleted, and people were spending like there's no tomorrow, ordering from Amazon because it's the only thing they could do as they were locked down at home waiting for someone to tell them that, that this too would end. And that created, it twisted the U.S. economy just like a pretzel. And that kicked off the inflation. And by the time the Fed discovered that it wasn't transitory, all bets were off, because there was an enormous amount of build-up inflation in the system, which is going to be with us for a good period of time to come. So I guess the lesson is, don't shut down a $25 trillion economy, because you're going to create nightmares that you can't even begin to imagine, down in the nooks and crannies and day-to-day plumbing of the economy. And second, don't flood the system with cash if you do that, because people at home weren't spending their money anyway. And I can tell you where we are now, and this is why the Fed is having such a hard time bringing inflation under control. Normally, the households in America, and there's 130 million households, carry cash balances. I'm talking about bank accounts, money market accounts, and good old, greenbacks. Carry cash balances of about 10 to 12 trillion. And that's just the working cash in the system. It comes and goes and gets spent. It flows, circulates in the system. after a year and a half of these lockdowns, which was forced non-consumption, and all of the stimmies that I talked about, the $6 trillion, the cash balance in the system went up to $19 trillion. So all of a sudden, there's $7 trillion more of cash floating around in the system, in bank accounts, in wallets, etc. And that is like a complete aberration. Nothing like this has ever been seen before. It's nowhere in any of the historical statistics. And it's still flowing into the system. So the Fed raises interest rates from nothing to 5%, which isn't really, that's normal. It's not really raising them. But it's had almost no effect so far because there's still that $19 trillion pile of cash that is being drawn down. Now, at some point, it'll be drawn down to normal. People will panic. You know, there's no more extra cash to spend, and we'll have the big recession that's coming, but has been delayed, but not, eliminated.
So we had the same story in Australia. The stimulus checks were, being spent in pent-up demand ways, in particular ways, whatever was permissible. But then we had also on top of that a legislated, basically legislated theft that is our superannuation system, where essentially people are forced to have a certain amount of their, their earnings paid out to a superannuation account, which is like a pension fund. Depending on your industry, it's different, but it's 17% or 9% of your salary, and you can't touch it until you retire, right? And so it's sort of sitting there, and essentially this just gives a vehicle for the middlemen who run these superannuation funds to get rich off of your own wealth, right? So it's not like an IRA where you can choose, so it's very different. But what the government can do, since they have this system, right? When things get tough, they can say, "Oh, let me be generous.
We'll let you take some."
Exactly. I will allow that you, and it was up to something like $10,000 or $12,000, which is, for cash really, and particularly when you can only spend on certain things. And this is for every person, not just every household, but every person who has a superannuation account. And so, as you're saying, we still haven't seen kind of the true effect of all the mismanagement, and that, of course, gives fuel to the people who will criticize and say, but, there aren't all these horrible economic effects of these decisions, because look, right? GDP is fine because, we're counting these government handouts, and people are still employed because, the unemployment rate hasn't really, it's low, it's historically at lows in Australia, actually, right? The official unemployment rate, and people seem to be able to buy things. There's like lots of demand, people are, companies are saying we need more workers, we need to find skilled workers, let's bring in more immigrants, we need to have, so it kind of looks a little bit like a healthy economy in some ways, and so the people who would like to, defend what was done have fodder to do that. So that's a real problem at the moment, I think.
We could have a full conference on this. I guess we need to move on, although there's so much more to talk about. The latest BLS jobs data looks catastrophic to me, but they keep hiding it. It's getting worse. Exactly. Well, I'm going to finish this panel with this. I will tell you that my entire life, it never occurred to me not to trust government economic data until the last several years. And now I don't believe a word of it.
Good for you.
So just another thing to lose trust in, right? Right. So anyway, let's thank Gigi and David. Thank you. And let's mic up our last panel. We're going to find out what's right and wrong. Have a break before Saozhong. I don't even know how to read my own schedule. We do have a break so we can, all the men can put on their white tie and tails. Including Stefan Kinsella.
You have seen the emails. My name is Anand Chowdhury. University of Auckland.
Yeah. So glad you came all the way here, huh?
I'll give you, this is very old-fashioned, but I guess I'll give you...
No, please. Amazing. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, I got it on. All right. It helps to turn the microphone on. All right, we're on our last panel and dealing with, in many ways, the most important questions, which is ethical, moral, normative. I don't know how many of you read Naomi Wolf's book, The Bodies of Others. Okay, so I really think, when I think about the books of our time that are going to be in 50 years, the book that everybody's going to read, I think it's that book. I wish I had published it, but it's forgiven. No, it's a remarkable book. When I read it, I thought, okay, it's the first word, the last word, we're done. This is what we need to know. And I haven't read your newest book yet. Well, at least I haven't reviewed it yet. But I'm sure it's just as mighty. How would you compare the two? Would you say?
Well, the author of the most recent book is the best ever.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think Naomi's mic is on, actually. And then we have Aaron Curiati. I think we know about your mighty book, The New Abnormal, and we heard from you last night. And if you didn't come last night, you'll know next year to pay a lot of money to come on Friday night. Last night subsidizes today. And Thomas Harrington. How did I do? That's my Hispanic confused pronunciation. And then Toby Rogers, who, wow, can't say enough about Toby. So enough of that. Now I want to begin with you, actually, because you have been for quite some time a bit of the moral conscience of the world in some ways. You have. And you saw early on what was wrong here. And I just, let me just say, the way you so fearlessly laid it out in that book with such passion, I don't even know what my question is. I just want to say that because, well, actually, let me ask you this. As a writer, you really do sort of, gosh, how do I put it? I mean, you bleed on the page. I mean, it is true in some ways. I mean, it's like you just, there it is, and the reader can feel it. And well, gosh, what is my question? I will say, let me ask you, why did so few people see things the way you saw it?
Okay, can everyone hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, and everyone for having this amazing event. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you to all of you, new friends, old friends. Now I will answer your question the best I can. There were a couple of reasons that I realized very quickly that we were in a kind of late-stage totalitarian, basically, coup. One of them is that I'd written a book in 2008 called The End of America during the Bush era, and everyone on my side, on the left, was perfectly happy with me talking about totalitarianism in the White House at that time, not so much now. But I looked at different times and places in history where there had been the overthrowing of a fragile democracy and what had happened. So I looked at Mussolini's Italy, I looked at Nazi Germany, of course. I looked at East Germany in the 50s. I looked at China in the 80s, and all of these totalitarian regimes, whether they were on the left or on the right, it really didn't matter because the tyrants always followed a game plan. They always took the same 10 steps. There was a roadmap, 10 steps to fascism, and we actually teach this at the School for the Americas to subvert other fragile democracies ourselves and get to a totalitarian status. So step 10 is emergency law. So when in March, I think 11th, Brian, my husband, and I were, and he's a military veteran, and I've been, we've both been in conflict areas around the world, I as a journalist and he as a warrior. We heard on the radio that Broadway was closing. Not like a theater was closing or several theaters were closing, but all of Broadway was closing. And we just looked at each other and we were like, we've got to get out of the city. We moved right into this tiny house in the middle of the woods with a bear in the backyard because we recognized from our life in conflict zones that we were no longer living in America if by fiat a whole sector could be closed. And then the other thing is in June, when then Governor Cuomo said you can only have 6 people in your home at one time, and we were then thoroughly under emergency law, which is, as I mentioned, step 10, it's the last stage. You don't get your democracy back without a fight once you're in an emergency law status. That's the suspension of the rule of law. I immediately put out a call on social media and invited 50 strangers into my home for a potluck. Health freedom activists in the local community. They looked so healthy. They'd been ignoring all the lockdowns and all the isolation, and they were radiant with glowing health. And we all crowded in, had delicious kind of hippie food. No one got sick. I took pictures and posted them on social media. You know, everyone was furious at me. But the reason I made that gesture is that I recognized that if the governor was saying in a state of emergency, you don't have your First Amendment rights anymore, the Constitution has been suspended, that we were living in a tyranny. And that was my little gesture against tyranny. But those were the early signs that led me to realize quickly what was happening.
Yeah, and it was dark times for you, right? I mean, it was terrible, emotionally terrible times. I mean, for me anyway, it was like the lights went out.
Yeah, I think you and I processed that very differently. There was another clue for me, which is I'm an English major. I'm not a medical doctor or a scientist. I have a DPhil in Victorian poetry. And well, as a result of having been a graduate student in English literature, I've read the memoirs and novels of the last 400 years in English, most of them. And we've had epidemics before, far, far worse than this. We've had typhus and cholera and, yellow fever and smallpox, and never, ever, ever, ever were people advised to crowd multi-generational households, crowded into a dark room, forbidden light and sun and fresh air and exercise. And we knew since the Crimean War that was a bad idea. So I knew that they were lying to me because I've read the Brontes. You know?
Yeah, and also, so there's that, but also you had probably a greater sense of the possibility of emergency regulation because you'd already written your 2008 book.
Yes, and the last reason I think you and I processed this differently, I was less shocked, I think, than you were.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Like we saw each other I was a fellow at your institute at that time, and you were shocked that Western civilization could collapse all at once.
I was.
And I wasn't at all shocked, not just because of my study of tyrannies, but because of my lineage, because I descend from a woman who lost 9 brothers and sisters in the Holocaust. And my children's grandfather, we went to visit their apartment in Berlin where, they had to flee after years and years and decades of perfect civilization. So it wasn't surprising to me that this could happen. What was painful was seeing the madness unfold among my own liberal tribe of people who believed themselves to be, and whom I had believed to be, rational, educated, critical thinkers, tolerant, inclusive, egalitarian, and the embrace of a two-tier society overnight without a resistance of any kind. That was what was shocking to me.
Yeah, and then followed up with the segregation, which was beyond uncommented upon segregation of major urban centers and so on, to the point you couldn't even get into New York without having taken the shot.
Right.
Yeah. Aaron, now the lesson I'm learning from Naomi here is to read your history and take it seriously, which I think I had failed to do in some ways, because I thought the history was always in the past and we were better than that. What about you?
I think there's nothing new under the sun. And one of the reasons we're in this fix is that we've forgotten our history, including even recent history. You don't need to go much further back than the history of the 20th century, but you can go back to the plague of Justinian in ancient Rome, where they didn't understand the mechanisms of immunity and natural immunity, but they understood that there was a thing that we now call natural immunity, because they would have those who got sick during that plague, which was probably smallpox, most historians believe, and they would have those folks care for the symptomatic ill, because they knew, first of all, they're a buffer of transmission. They're much less likely to transmit that virus to others, and they're also not going to get sick again, so you're not putting the caregivers at undue risk of contracting the disease. So this knowledge is nearly 2,000 years old, and we abandoned it because we had forgotten our history. But, I mean, for me, we have to understand the history of the 19th and 20th century. This is on ethics, so I'll say just a little bit about how we abandoned a traditional Hippocratic understanding of the physician and of medicine. So I have a section in the New Abnormal entitled Hippocratic versus Technocratic Medicine. And the basic lesson can be drawn from Germany in the 1920s and 1930s. Prior to the Nazis coming to power, a novel idea had taken hold in German medicine, which at the time was the most prestigious in the world. The German medical schools, German medical institutions were top flight. It wasn't Harvard and, you know, places in the United States or other Western countries. It was Germany. But an idea was introduced, in part seeded by the eugenics movement here in the United States, that said, no, physician's job is not primarily to attend to the sick individual in front of them, which was the traditional Hippocratic ethic. I have a fiduciary duty to the patient who happens to be under my care, because illness has made that patient vulnerable. There's a power differential between me and the patient. We're equal in dignity and we're equal in rights, but there's an inequality of power when one person is sick, seeking the care of another person who has a monopoly. Society's given us a monopoly on knowledge and access to, you know, testing and the ability to do something like a surgery. And the patient, for that relationship to work, has to place their trust in the physician, who may be a person that they just met when they showed up to the ER and encountered this doctor for the first time. And so traditional medical ethics has always said that the physician has a duty always to put their knowledge and skills only at the service of healing that individual. And we make a public profession. That's where the word profession comes from. In the ancient world, there were, we call most occupations these days professions, but the original meaning of the term applied to only 4 occupations, all of which involved a relationship like this. And these 4 professions, medicine, law, teaching, and the priesthood, would take a public oath, promising to use their knowledge and skills only for the good of their client or their student or their patient or the penitent who came to them for spiritual care. And for us, it was the Hippocratic Oath. That was abandoned in Germany in the 1920s when a new concept came along that said doctors' primary responsibility is not to the individual patient, but to the social organism. There was this metaphor that society, or the Volk, in the German people as a whole, can be healthy or sick. And medicine needs to basically adopt an ethos whereby we make society as a whole healthier. Well, on this metaphor, individuals can be characterized as a cancer on the body politic. What do you do with the cancer if you're a physician? Well, you carve it out and discard it to save the health of the whole. So we shifted from an individual ethic of care for the person who has intrinsic dignity and who's vulnerable because of illness to agents basically of a social program. 45% of physicians in Germany joined the Nazi Party, even though it wasn't compulsory. Compare that to 10% of teachers in Germany that voluntarily joined the Nazi Party. This ethos had taken hold even before Hitler came to power and made it possible for the Germans to accelerate first the T4 euthanasia, well, first the involuntary sterilization program, which we had here in the United States. They imported that from us. and then the euthanasia program. And the first individuals who were gassed under the Nazis were not Jews or other ethnic minorities in concentration camps. The first individuals gassed were psychiatric patients in psychiatric hospitals, and those deaths were signed off by physicians, by psychiatrists, which is my own profession. And then that was expanded, obviously, during the quote-unquote final solution to exterminate people in unspeakably horrifying numbers. But the medical profession went along with that program because they shifted, and it can look like a subtle shift initially, very subtle. But the reason I'm mentioning this is I'm starting to hear buzz here and there with medical societies, with state medical boards, the rhetoric that's being deployed by organized medicine is along the lines of, well, your primary responsibility is not to your patient, but to public health as a whole, or the health of the, and it's an echo of something that I had studied and used to teach back when I had a job in medical school. And it's very worrisome because it can be insidious. Like, who doesn't want, it's framed in the language of the public good or the common good, but really it's underneath that is a very crass utilitarian ethic that is willing to discard people. And it's always going to be first the people on the margins, the disabled and the vulnerable, and then expanding to other undesirables or political dissidents or, what have you. So it's very important for us to maintain that traditional Hippocratic ethic.
It's a fascinating thing, the way you draw a parallel between the growing fashion for technology as it developed, after the turn of the millennium, and then how it bled over into public health. We began to just celebrate the computers and the digital age, and the science and computer programmers will solve everything, and then.
Well, I mean, since we're on the topic of the Nazis, this was the development of technological machinery, where the people actually ordering the mass killings were bureaucrats doing this from a distance, looking at charts and graphs, and just sort of, engineers sitting at the soundboard and, dialing this thing up and dialing that thing down and making sure the trains run on time. And one of the kind of mind-boggling things to come out of Nuremberg, of course, was just how banal all of this had become, and basically the embrace of mass technology as a way to re-engineer on a mass scale society to attempt to solve social problems. Basically abstracted from tangible, real people to the point where apparently sane people, I mean, some of them were sociopaths, but, lots of ordinary people, it's rather uncomfortable to think about it, participated in what happened in Germany. And I think that a sort of fetish with mass technology and mass society was one of the things that facilitated that.
I think about my own love of technology that developed after 1995. I was one of those people who thought that flying cars were on their way, and the last thing I expected that we wouldn't get the flying cars, but we would get lockdowns, So I see Tom Harrington over here nodding his head. I would like you to weigh in on this.
Was I ready for it? Sadly, I was. I'd been waiting for it for 20 years. September 11th to me, and even the Panama invasion and the fomented hysteria about them had put me on a search. And I've been very lucky to have spent 30 years studying a country and its many cultures, Spain, that has a lot to tell us about many of the same things you've been talking about, Aaron. Spanish fascism, the Spanish Civil War, the failure of the Spanish Republic, the fact that I've spent 30 years being in Spain and talking to people who actually lived through it and had to tell you about the person in the same village that was ready to kill them, and how those things were never dealt with. There's another part to it, however, that my particular interest within Spain was what I'll call the management of memory, or the creation and management of memory. And what do I mean by that? My particular interest was looking at the nationalities movements that have ebbed and flowed within Spain over the last 500 years in greater or lesser measure. And there's a couple of ways you can look at how nations take place or occur, is that they are just spontaneous occurrences. But there's another approach that looks at them as constructed entities, in which elites play an oversized role in producing the cultural materials that are then sold to the populace to create the sense of national identity. And I had an aha moment or two in the archives looking and finding out that 2 or 3 people created many of the tropes of one of the nationality movements in Spain in the 1920s. You go, wow, elites. Elites working with memory, elites going back into memory, instrumentalizing pieces of memory, and then deploying them as normative through the power of their relationship with powerful actors, be it the press, be it economic entities. So the idea is to create the mythos, mining the past, and then sell that mythos based on the selective mining of the past to the populace who says, oh, I guess that's what I am. And so it's a whole different way of looking at the way ideas come. If you can manufacture as something as seemingly tectonic as the nation, what else can't you manufacture in this marriage between elites and myth makers? And so once I began to apply that to the world of politics some 25 years ago, I began to do something different. Instead of listening to what the news was saying, I would begin mapping the connections between myth makers and power centers, and creating maps of who was who within these places. And once you begin to look at power and what is real and what is told to you as is given you as a reality in social terms, you begin to look at the world in a very different way. And September 11th, in that sense, was a very. By that time, I was well immersed in this way of thinking, and I said, "Oh, well, who are the power centers? What are the desires? And who are creating the myths, and with what frequency and from where are those myths being constantly hammered at us?" And so when this came along, I said, "Oh, we've seen this before." There's a mythologization of so many things, and so they're managing memory for us. They're creating new memories for us. They're creating new rituals for us, which is one of the things that nationalist activists always do. There's always a religious impulse underlying the creation of nations. And so all that really modern nationalism did was to take the religious impulse, create new rituals, and channel it toward a secular or secular-seeming project. And if you begin to internalize that as, shall we say, structurally universal, or at least in some sense, that there's a human desire for transcendence that needs to be met through religious practice, social practice, or another practice that substitutes something transcendent, then you begin to understand these things. And what we saw clearly during the COVID time was all sorts of initiation rituals, religious rituals, pertinence rituals, are you with us or against us, sectarian rituals. And this was fairly evident to me because of what I had seen studying a sectarian country, and then within that sectarianism, the rise, fall, and creation and spreading of nationalist projects.
And sacraments, too.
Sacraments. Well, Spanish nationalism is different from, the Spanish fascism was different in that it merged German fascism had an arm's length relationship with the church.
Yeah.
Spanish, owing to the history of the country, had a very tight relationship. Yeah. And so all of the sacramentality and the language of sacramentality was immediately merged into the Franco regime.
Yeah. or in the case of our COVID, into the jab.
Or the hand sanitizer, the holy water.
The holy water, sure.
That was the sacrament, sure. Right. Toby, you of all people have been prepared. You've been preparing for it your entire academic life because you had been observing something that very few people had seen, which was widespread abuse of pharmacological power and the population injury thereof. So, how quickly after the lockdowns did you recognize? Did you anticipate where this would end up?
Yeah, so I had the benefit of working on corruption in the pharmaceutical industry for 5 years before COVID.
Yeah.
I was doing a PhD in Sydney, Australia, and I worked on the political economy of autism, and what I discovered is that autism is not a scientific question anymore. We know what's causing autism. Rather, autism is a problem of regulatory capture. FDA is captured, CDC is captured, NIH is captured, Congress is captured. That's why the autism epidemic happened. That's why government isn't doing anything about it. So, and I had already been fighting in the vaccine wars in the United States in 2019 when I graduated. And so I saw what pharma was up to, running vaccine mandate bills in nearly every state.
Yeah.
So when COVID hit in 2020, I was working at Children's Health Defense, and they knew right away what was going on. Lynn Redwood, who was executive director at the time, formerly worked for DOD, and she knew that DOD had been working on gain-of-function viruses since 2005 in connection with bat coronaviruses. CHD knew from day one that this was a gain-of-function virus, that it escaped, and they knew exactly what was going on. So Robert Kennedy knew, the entire CHD team knew, and so we wrote some of the first articles on gain-of-function. I wrote one of the first articles on Wuhan gain-of-function to knock down the Anderson paper, the Fauci paper that was out there trying to argue, that it had come from pangolins or whatever. And then I wrote one of the first papers on deaths of despair and on the inflation that was going to happen from printing money. We could see all of this in March and April of 2020. It wasn't really a surprise. What was a surprise was the complete collapse of our entire system, universities, media, government, doctors, scientists. I mean, it's a complete collapse of the system. That was a shock. We're still in trauma today, right? Yeah. We're still dealing with that shock.
I remember, Naomi, one time you introduced... Wait, you were speaking at a conference I was at, and you got up and made a shocking statement. You said, all of our institutions have collapsed. And I thought, well, that's quite a statement. And everybody nodded their head. I wonder if maybe you want to elaborate on what Toby just said, particularly as it pertains to pharma, since you've done so much work in that area.
Oh, thank you. Gosh. Well, I think it's really helpful. Like, one of the themes of The Bodies of Others, the book that Jeffrey mentioned in introducing me, is that one of the goals of the lockdowns was to keep us isolated because in human connection there's the power to resist any tyranny. But that means direct human connection. And, they can censor social media all they want as long as we're in a room talking to each other face to face. And actually, I make the case, I'm the CEO of a tech company, so I know how profitable it was to drive everyone onto social media platforms or, e-commerce platforms or distance learning platforms. And I know how manipulable everything is on the back end, right? You have no privacy on the back end. I can do anything to your algorithm. There's just no safety in technology, I say, as a tech company CEO. My company's perfect, of course, but where I'm going with that is when I wouldn't have known, like I'm in touch with Toby digitally, but it's not till I heard him and was able to converse with him face to face that I understood that he understood a piece of the puzzle dating back, 5 years and related to a whole other part of the spectrum of pharma darkness, right? And so his knowledge face to face assists and reinforces and complexifies my knowledge, which is based on this team of 3,250 doctors and scientists and nurses and RNs and biostatisticians and medical fraud investigators who have united under the War Room Daily Cloud banner. Daily Cloud is my company, to go through the Pfizer documents that were released under court order. So I guess what I'm just saying is the themes that I've heard today are that, it's up to us to protect civilization. And what I'm hearing from Toby and the other speakers is that civilization depends on the individual and the community in relationship. And I guess I just want to reiterate from seeing the power of the technology of human beings in community face-to-face speaking or singing or worshiping or gathering in a town hall. That is, the human brain, the human community, the human living room full of activists eating, hippie food. That technology is very hard to hack, right? It's a very secure technology. It's hard to mess with the algorithm of people being persuaded face-to-face. There is no algorithm, right? It's hard to surveil people who go into a room and close the door, right, and speak to one another. So that's a big reason that the messaging, the many kinds of propaganda that we've heard about, so much of it is about the untrustworthiness of other people, of intimacy, the treacheries in public space, the need to be kind of isolated and fragmented and the destruction of community. But I would flip that around more hopefully, because I think at this point we need hope, or else we're just going to leave here and take a Valium. But what they're so afraid of is exactly this, right? What they're so afraid of is these minds in these physical bodies, gathering together and saying, you know what, no, you're not going to take away my First Amendment rights. No, you're not going to inject me with something and violate my medical autonomy. No, you're not going to tell my child that lies. You're not going to dissolve my nation without my consent, which is happening. It's my belief that we're actually at war right now, that war is being waged on us. It's being waged on us in multiple ways, multivalent warfare. It's what China watchers call unrestricted warfare. The open border, the seizure of our pharmaceutical flow, which actually my reporting revealed comes from China. China has the IP for the BioNTech injection, which is Pfizer's COVID injection. China manufactured 14 plants in Western Europe. China manufactured 1 billion doses for export, not for internal use. China opened 2 manufacturing plants in the United States. So now when you get a Pfizer injection, it's China, right, which is not our friend. So, the food supply is under attack. The grid is under attack. There's weird disruptions of the delivery of all of the things we used to take for granted. We're at war. Our border is open. I'm the daughter and granddaughter of immigrants. I believe in legal immigration. Our border is open in a way that is unsustainable for a democracy, because a democracy requires citizens, and citizenship requires people being citizens. And so all of that is happening intentionally because the idea of the West is an idea that the tyrants cannot conquer. It'll always overwhelm tyrants eventually. So the tactic clearly is to do away with Western Europe and to do away with America as the country we've always understood it to be.
You just reminded me, where our masks came from, right?
China.
Yeah.
And the tests came from China.
Yeah.
The whole PPE thing was a gigantic check.
It was.
The Chinese Communist Party. Yeah. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, you can see the trade figures just go. Imports were collapsing after the tariffs, and then after the lockdowns, they just soared from China, of all places. Yeah.
Well, what's happening in the Western countries is an new form of totalitarianism. So this word has been used several times today, including by me, and people may wonder why I don't see the apparatus of totalitarian systems here yet. There's no barbed wire, there's no secret police, there's no mass surveillance. By the way, there is mass surveillance, but the new form of totalitarian control that we're experiencing today is not going to repeat exactly what we saw with Nazism or communism or Italian fascism, but it's going to use many of the same tools. And one of those tools is these are systems of disintegration before they're systems of domination. So you pointed out the sort of flattening of civil society. What a totalitarian system wants is nothing between the individual and the state. And those mediating institutions of civil society that de Tocqueville was so impressed with when he came to America, this was the real strength of what we had here. The voluntary associations, the schools, the churches, the gathering spaces, the book clubs, the people face-to-face together, organizing their lives, supporting one another, helping one another, learning from one another. If you think about what happened in March of 2020, that was all shut down.
That had never occurred to me. That is a direct attack on all.
It was an attack on schools, churches. You can't gather together with more than 6 people. I mean, there were 7 people in my family. I have 5 kids. So it's, they're disintegrating my family. I'm already breaking the law by being under my own roof.
Go ahead, Tom.
It's even worse than what you described.
I can always count on you.
This is the hopeful part.
It's even worse than you described.
I think it's worse than what I described. No, I was just getting warmed up. I didn't want
I'll zero in on what I'm talking about. You are right about the institutions being taken apart and the mediating institutions. But what's even worse is we're getting new mediations which are controlled by forces that we don't understand.
Right.
So there's the destruction of the mediating institutions which are necessary for the maintenance of historical memory and ethics. You can't have ethics without historical memory. So if you do away with those institutions and you substitute them for other mediating institutions which may or may not have a foreign debt in moral terms, or may or may be controlled by a cabal in Washington. So you're really substituting one mediation, which is a civic one, with a mediation which has nefarious actors who are invisible to us.
Technocratic.
And not answerable to us.
Not answerable to us.
So, national organization.
You know, I don't have Ryan Cole's ability to make aphorisms, but I love aphorisms. And this gets to something that I think has been one of the subjects that has been sub rosa here during the day. One of my favorite aphorisms is from Václav Havel when he spoke to the U.S. Congress, and he said, "Consciousness precedes being."
Yeah.
And the question we've had here is how much of this is because we have evil elites, or how much of this is because we've lost consciousness as a people? I think we have to work from the premise that it's because we've lost consciousness of these things through the destruction of our mediating institutions. And then it raises the difficult questions of how do you recover these things.
Tom, sorry, Toby, you go ahead.
And this is where I guess, and you could call it a cop-out, but this is where I go back to simple things. Eating around a table with friends. There's a reason that it lies at the center of the Christian liturgy, and probably every other religious liturgy in the world. There's a reason for that, because that's the place where we become nude and in confidence with others in a spiritual sense, and we become. The word for conspire is to breathe together. We are breathing together, and simple things like making sure, as you've talked about, Naomi, that we dine together, that we drink together, that we argue together, that we don't allow these other mediations to can come between us and the idea of healthy argumentation and discourse. This whole idea that when people get in the least conflict in our culture, we go, well, change the subject. Let's just change the subject. Right. To me, that's the result of a failure of socialization, which has come out of the failure of the table, and I'll use the table as a metaphor in that sense.
Toby, please go ahead. No, please.
Toby, you, and then Naomi, we got to call it.
All right. So I love the notion of consciousness precedes being. It's the perfect segue. And the people in this room, thanks to the leadership of Jeffrey Tucker, are more conscious about what's happening than the general public. So, if I may, I'd like to look forward for to the year ahead and the work ahead of us. I think that ideas matter. We are trying to win the battle of ideas, but we have our work cut out for us as far as what we need to figure out in the next year, 5 years, 10 years, in order to win this battle. Yeah. So I've sketched it out briefly, and let me just run through it real quick. And the reason I'm focused on this year is we are 12 months out from a presidential election. But if Robert Kennedy or Ron DeSantis are elected and we haven't done the thought work for what governing and taking power looks like, it's not going to work. They're not going to be able to do any reforming if we haven't done the thought work first, and we have not done the thought work. So my bottom line is all of the problems that we've talked about today and that we write about at the Brownstone Institute, they only end when we take power. That's the shift in our mindset. We keep asking for reform from people who are incapable of reform at this point. All of the problems that we're talking about only end when we take power. But in order to take power, we have to do the thought work about what it's going to be like to actually run this place. We have to think of ourselves as a government in waiting, but we have to do the work to build that.
Terrifying to me. I'm not sure.
So Toby for Senate, right?
or Jeffrey for president, and everybody on this stand for president as well, or for elected office. So, if I may, we have to define what freedom looks like in 2023. In the past, it would have been low taxes, free trade, support for the Second Amendment, and none of those things protected us in this past year. We have 93 million guns in this country. They did nothing for us when fascism was imposed upon us. People drove themselves to the appointments that would kill them because their TV said that that's what they should do. So we have to define what a freedom agenda actually looks like. Then we have to have a conversation about what do we have to do so this never happens again? Do we have to add a constitutional amendment? What do we have to do to constrain the federal government? How do we stop regulatory capture? We all talk about regulatory capture. How do you stop it? We have to have that conversation. What do we do about the intelligence agencies? And if we don't figure this out, nobody else will. We need to have an actual political program. I think it's great that RFK Jr. and Ron DeSantis are running for president, but we got to run for school board, board of supervisors, state level, federal level. We have to have an actual political program and not hope that somebody's tweets are going to get somebody elected. We have to build actual political power. But in order to do that, we have to actually have a platform. What are the things we agree on? What are the things we disagree on? What's essential? And what are we going to, allow to be part of a big tent? Will we have a Truth Commission? Will we have a Nuremberg 2? Who's going to be on it? And how will we make sure that it doesn't become... There we go. Absolutely. How do we make sure that it doesn't become a cover-up commission, which is what's starting to happen with some of these groups? And look, these are capital crimes. These are crimes against humanity that we're talking about here. Are we prepared to prosecute capital crimes? There's a mental shift that has to happen in order for this to occur. What's to be done about the FDA, CDC, NIH? We're all frustrated with them. Are we going to eliminate them? What replaces them, and what does that look like? We have to have that conversation. We have to figure out all of that in order to take power. What's to be done about the intelligence agencies? CIA, NSA seem to be running the place. What do we do about them? What do we do about corporate power? For the first time in history, there are a dozen corporations that are worth $1 trillion. That's never, the founders couldn't have imagined that. What do we do about corporate power? And then finally, what do we do about the philanthropic sector? Philanthropies have become predatory. They're an active force for evil in the world at this point. What do we do about those folks? So my point here is that winning elections becomes so much easier when we do the thought work first, when we lay out what the government will look like when we take power. And look, I know in the movement there's sort of this nihilistic tendency that says, oh, elections, can we trust elections? Well, the civil rights movement dealt with rigged elections, right? This is not a new problem. We can look to the civil rights movement to figure out how you deal with a government that doesn't want to count votes in a particular election. And as far as the intelligence agencies, I think, again, there's a sense of, oh my goodness, they're so powerful, what on earth can we do? Well, look, the people of Eastern Europe have dealt with this problem before. They've dealt with the totalitarian system before. There are ways to overthrow totalitarian systems. We need to learn from the lessons of Eastern Europe and figure out how to take power ourselves. But in general, I think we need to shift our mindset to taking power, but taking power gets a whole lot easier if we do the thought work first, and the Brownstone Institute is the place to make that happen.
Thank you, Toby, Thomas, Aaron, Naomi. Let's thank all of our brilliant panelists here and all day today. My mother waits for me. I'm going to head out. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, thank you.
do. And I know it's going to happen. And I want to tell you how it came to be. Jeff was spending some time with me in my home. I live in Brownwood, Texas. And he was there several months. And he's got Brownstone going. It wasn't Brownstone at that time. He kept coming up with names for it. I didn't like any of his names. So one night, and I'm not going to say it was a dream. I guess it wasn't. But something told me in the night that the name should first be Brown, because that's where he was, in Brownwood. All of this in the night, middle of the night. And then I thought, Brownstone is going to be strong and courageous. And what's better than a stone? So I put them together, Brownstone. Well, I got so excited about it. My excitement kept building and building. In the night, I didn't sleep. What I wanted to do was rush in to where he was sleeping, wake him up. Jeff, I know the name. But I didn't. I got up that next morning, went into the den. He's sitting in a chair with his computer, as usual, his cup of coffee. I said, Jeff, I know the name of this company. He said, well, what is it? And I said, Brownstone. And he looked at me silently. He said, Mom, I think you've got it. He said he needed to check with some people. And he did, and came back, and he said, they all like it. So that's all it took. It became Brownstone Institute. And I'm very much a supporter of the Institute. I think it has a lot of work to do. I want some kind of institute where there will be a difference between our country because of Brownstone. We need to change our country back to what it used to be. And the writings of Brownstone will do that. We just have to let it happen. So I have a gift I want to give to Brownstone, and I would like for Jeffrey to come up. I would like to hand Jeffrey a check for $50,000. Now, you know that retired people live on a fixed income. That tells you how much I think of Brownstone. And I'm a believer in it. And I have a lot of hopes for the future. And I'm so proud of my son for getting it started. Thank you, Jeff.
perfect. All right.
Bar stays open. Everything's gone well today, right? It's been yeah. Wow. Amazing. You know, I think the first people we should thank is the hotel staff. How essential they've been. Thank you. This is a wonderful, wonderful place. It's great to be in Dallas. And people ask me, you know, why did you pick Dallas? And the truth is, it's because my mother lives 2.5 hours away. I'm sorry to admit to that. But I also want to thank the Brownstone staff. If the multitudes of staff of Brownstone could stand, where are they? Oh, 1, 2, 3. Where's our four? Yeah. So, David, where's David? Yeah. So we have 4 staffers, if you can believe it. You know, I look at these other nonprofits and I'm seeing organizations, you know, of 120. I'm thinking, what? It doesn't matter. We have to be us, and it's fine. I'm very grateful to the FLCCC. For being here. Thank you, Tom, and all the FSLCC. They add the medical element to all of this that we do and keep us on track. And we were born at the same time, more or less, and with the same spirit and that sort of thing. Back to my mother, if I may say so. So we have already a gentleman came up to her after her beautiful speech and said that he was committing $20K to match. And my mother leaned over and she said, do you think we can push it the rest of the way tonight? And I said, I would say something from the microphone. If you have an additional pledge, please just whisper it in her ear, and then she, you know, and so we can get to that magic $50K number to match her. I'm very grateful to you, Mom. So thank you. Thank you. So as you know, we have extraordinary plans for the future. We have David Bell's pandemic planning group that with Leeds University that is ramping up in big ways. We're going to make ourselves a target of, well, the world's most powerful people. So that's just something we do. And then speaking of other powerful people, we have our censorship working group under the leadership of Aaron Curiotti and Andrew Lowenthal and Debbie Lerman. Those will all be coming in the coming months. Terrifying. And as I mentioned to you earlier, we had our new book called Our Enemy the Government, published by the great Ramesh Thakur. We will hear from him shortly. But to introduce him, I do want to honor our great guest, Gigi Foster. Where is Gigi? Oh, there she is. So just to be clear about who Gigi is. So, you know, in the darkest days of the lockdowns, she was a light to me in so many ways. Because I watched this video online of her just saying true things to powerful people and just this indefatigable courage that was there. So, and I guess it was 1 year later, when I got your manuscript and with Paul, the amazing Paul Frijters, who's here, and Michael Baker, and that's really in many ways what kicked off Brownstone. And she's been very important to me. And that beautiful cape I was wearing earlier was a gift of Gigi to me, actually. Yeah, because. And it was the very first annual meeting we had. And it's because for years I had been looking at the Cesena Cape from Madrid, the great Salamanca Cape. And I guess one evening I told you, I said, you know, I've been dreaming of this my whole life, but I just can't I can't do it. I just can't do it. And then it showed up in a box that first night at our very first annual meeting. So for good luck, I always wear it at our annual meeting. So thank you. Gigi, if I can introduce you now to introduce our guest speaker for tonight, the great Gigi Foster. Woo!
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. And I love seeing you in that cape. You look a bit vampiric, as we were saying. You know, I was going to say something else, but having all of the lovely words from Jeffrey's mother and the heartfelt connection there that we saw, and the story of the cape, actually, it makes me want to talk about something a little bit different before I introduce Ramesh. And as part of my introduction of Ramesh as well, I really feel like in this period many of us have lost friends and family members. We've lost our old tribes. We've lost, in some part, what we thought we were, and we have found each other. And we've not just found each other as colleagues or as, members of some kind of professional network. We've found each other truly as what I think of as family members. I feel very much like a part of an extended family. And in a family, you have different people with different talents and different personalities and different frameworks, different types, and you have to deal with whoever your family is, right? You don't get to choose your family in a sense, so you actually are forced to engage. And I think that's a huge strength. And we demonstrate that every day in this movement by being tolerant, by being open to new ideas, by using our minds to evaluate data in front of us rather than just reading it off of a headline and then recapitulating it. We're prepared to change our minds. And when I teach my students in Sydney, I always say, okay, here's a slide showing you all the things that I thought I knew in March 2020 about how this was going to go and where I was wrong. And then I say, where have you changed your mind? Which challenges them to ask, have I really been using my brain here? So, I love the fact that we can demonstrate this radical tolerance for difference of opinion, and that is the source of ultimately social progress, to reach out to each other again, as we used to do, certainly in universities, and as you do in families or other groups. And you appreciate everybody's differences. You appreciate everyone has a role. Jeffrey obviously has played an incredibly important role. And our speaker tonight is also an incredibly important part of the resistance and restoration movement, as I like to say, in Australia, whom I would never have met had it not been for COVID, right? Which is, of course, true of so many people in the movement. So Ramesh, who, of course, as you all know, has a new book out, Our Enemy, the Government, is someone who has an incredibly impressive list of qualifications for talking about political economy and diplomacy and issues to do with the polity of our era, which is an area that we really have to take seriously. I know we didn't have a politics session today, but it permeates a lot of the conversations we did have. So Ramesh is a Brownstone Institute senior scholar. He is also an emeritus professor at the Crawford School of Public Policy in Australia National University in Canberra in in Australia. And he's a former UN Assistant Secretary General, which is incredibly impressive, particularly to me, who could never be a politician or a diplomat because I speak too forthrightly. I am amazed at Ramesh's ability to deliver core truths in an understated and diplomatic fashion such that they land and they make an impact. That's amazing. It's an amazing skill. So Ramesh has experience across the world. He was born in India. He was educated there and in Canada. He's had posts in Fiji, New Zealand, Canada. He's consulted to governments in Australia, New Zealand, and Norway, mostly on national security issues. He has also co-founded with me the new free think tank, Australians for Science and Freedom. Paul Frijters in the room is also a member. And we're about to have our first inaugural conference in about 2 weeks. Yes, thank you, in Sydney, which is very exciting. Thank you. And a main goal of that conference is to think forward, to draw blueprints for institutions that we would like to see, to be proactive, to pick up on my colleague Paul Frijters' comments, and the comments of Jordan Peterson and Philippa Stroud at the ARC Forum that I was just at in London. We need to have a vision for where is the future going. And I think Ramesh does have that vision also, and it's something that Brownstone, I think, increasingly can move into that space and really be helpful to the world in sketching out what would a restored and yet modern society society look like? What's the best of our past together with the technology and the new insights of the current era? How can we construct institutions in our society such that we don't go through the criminal and horrific period that we've just lived through? So yeah, Ramesh, when you want to pay your membership fee for the ASF, that would be great. He's also the director of the Children's Health Defence Australia, which just launched a few months ago, has many books, many op-eds in all sorts of publications around the world, and I definitely encourage you to have a look at his new book. Without further ado, I'm going to invite Ramesh to the stage. Ramesh Thakur. See, family can take digs at each other, right?
Thanks. Can we put this in? You know, I can't remember if it was 1 or 2 years ago that Jai Bhattacharya came to Melbourne. Was it 1 or 2 years? Seems a long time ago. Once upon a time. And we had an event that was sold out in Melbourne with 500 people in attendance. And there was a series of things. But that began, as the lights dimmed, with a video presentation, short video presentation from Gigi, because she couldn't physically come. And I still remember the spontaneous, loud, unanimous applause from the entire audience when they saw her name and photo appear before she said a word. And I thought if she had seen that, she might have quit ahead and not said anything after that, in case it got diluted. So thanks, Gigi. It is lovely to meet so many people who essentially now... I'm going to put this on this. Thank you. Essentially now constitute our new family. And that is important. Mrs. Thakur, Jeffrey, before I start, and related to what I just said, let me pose a question for all of you to ponder. How many people around the world have been helped to retain their sanity and perhaps even avoid serious self-harm by the existence of entities like the Brownstone Institute here and the Daily Skeptic in the UK? So it really is a great pleasure for me and a privilege to meet so many of you in person whose writings I've been reading and have been inspired by and felt a sense of affinity across the oceans in these dark and troubled times. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a sign of the times that this age-old greeting is condemned as evidence of far-right extremism, wrongthink, hate speech, even little violence, saying ladies and gentlemen. My talk is entitled COVID in the Age of Woke. Now, I apologize in advance to anyone who may be offended by anything I say. All I can say in my defense is that I actually am an equal opportunity offender. I do not discriminate in my offense on grounds of religion, ethnicity, race, gender, whatever. So if I don't get to you tonight, give me time, I will get to you. Back in May, Jeffrey wrote a thoughtful essay on the 12 challenges that remain to be addressed in the world shattered by COVID. I still struggle to understand how we got into that world in the first place. Of COVID-era lockdowns, masks and vaccine mandates. Toby Young, the founder of the Daily Skeptic in the UK, has argued that the pink conquistadors may not be in office, but they are very much in power, and populate most civic, political, corporate, media, and sporting institutions in the professional and managerial groups. Their worldview and value system has become the ascendant religion in Western societies. Those who would challenge the metaphysical beliefs and rules of the holy woke empire are the minority cultural deviants. In June, July this year, we had the extraordinary confirmation of this in a possibly watershed case of peak woke. The well-known but not universally liked British politician Nigel Farage was debanked by Coutts, the word of the year, by the way, debanked. A subsidiary of NatWest that is 39% government-owned in the UK. The bank initially tried to ride out the furore with silent treatment, then lied about the reason for their action by leaking quietly to a BBC senior journalist, and generally just kept digging the hole deeper. The culture wars is no longer something waged only by right-on teachers and theatre groups. Rather, says Alison Pearson, the woodworm of woke is gnawing away at the foundations of all our institutions. I want to argue tonight that the spreading dominance of the woke agenda was a key enabling environment in 2020 for the COVID interventions. Wokeism is a war on Western civilization. Resisting the COVID tyranny is a war to defend such products of Western enlightenment as individual-centric civil liberties, political freedoms, human rights, and empirical science. As a somewhat lesser man than Jeffrey, I don't have 12 propositions, but I do have 11 pathways on the journey from the kingdom of woke to the dystopia of COVID restrictions. Just so you don't get too worried about my ambitious agenda for tonight, like Henry VIII said to each one of his 6 wives, I promise not to keep you long. Let me give you 3 examples of the convergence of the 2 agendas. In March, the WHO's Strategic Advisory Group of experts issued a revised roadmap for prioritizing the use of COVID vaccines in a document that refers to pregnant persons. In May, Pfizer endorsed the Australian government's proposed constitutional amendment that was defeated recently 60-40 and in all 6 states to entrench an Aboriginal voice that would have racialized our foundational governance construct. The chief medical officer when COVID struck Australia, Dr. Brendan Murphy, is now the Secretary of Health. In Australia, that's a bureaucratic post, not a political post, by the way. In that capacity, at a Senate hearing last year, he refused to define a woman because the issue, he said, is a very contested space. 3 months later, his department offered up a 78-word salad definition that reads like it was cobbled together by a fresh gender studies graduate. It occurred to me recently that perhaps we could send him to Hamas to learn the difference between a man and a woman. So proposition 1, the corruption of science. The first and most important parallel is the manner in and extent to which science itself has been corrupted. Common elements include all existing science, knowledge, and understandings of males and females were overturned. This preconditioned people to accept throwing out a century's experience, science, and policy settings on pandemics. This was done with lightning speed in the context of the extremely long arc of history on the woke agenda regarding the definitions of men, women, family, marriage, etc., and with the speed of science, with lockdowns, masks, and vaccine developments and mandates. Technocrats and experts insist they know best. Governments are brainwashed and intimidated into changing laws at the behest of shouty groups. These laws are then used to coerce citizens into compliance. Biologists and medical practitioners medical personnel became complicit in science denialism on gender self-ID through career-protecting silence. COVID policies gave them the opportunity to rinse and repeat. In other words, the rapid march of wokeism was met, by and large, with inertia, complacency, ideological confusion, and moral-cum-intellectual cowardice. Preconditioned into compliance with anti-scientific rubbish, in order to show our caring side, we were ripe for the pandemic-triggered biosecurity state. Dr. Anthony Fauci, what a man. Mr. Science himself. For 3 years, I've been trying to fix on the single word that best captures him. And the winner is a word I recently came across. Most of you may know it, I hadn't heard of it before. It's a word called cockwomble. The definition by Cambridge Dictionary is, and I quote, a foolish, obnoxious person prone to making outrageously stupid statements and inappropriate behavior, yet with a very high opinion of his own wisdom and importance, unquote. Now, if I had to choose Mr. Science, it would be Jai Bhattacharya. If you want to hear an extremely embarrassing story about him, talk to me afterwards. For now, let me just say, deep knowledge of epidemiology, commitment to grounding theory in empirical research, professional integrity, courage of convictions, unassuming, and a thoroughly decent and nice person. Even if he cannot pronounce his own name. Fauci is the only person I know of who possibly believes himself divine. He reminds me of the following story from the days of the Caliphate, the original Caliphate in Baghdad. At a weekly public court hearing, a man is brought in chains to the Caliph. He looks at the guards and says, "What's the charge?" "Sire, this man claims to be God." That charge caught even the Caliph's attention. Turned around, looked with great interest at the man in chains and said, "Is this true?" "What, sire?" "That you claim to be God." "Yes, sire, that is true." "Why do you claim to be God?" "Because I am God." "Well, that's very interesting. Last week they brought to me a man in chains who said he was a messenger of God." "What did he do, sire?" "I had him beheaded." "You are a very wise Caliph, sire. I hadn't sent him." Now, there is a certain allure to that image, isn't there? Our friend brought to court in chains to face justice. Never mind. Who among the icons of the movement's pioneers would have believed that in the 2020s, feminists would be fighting over the right to call themselves women? The phrase pregnant persons was used 64 times in the WHO's abortion care guidance published in March last year. Why would we accept this organization as an authority on medical science and take any of its medical advice seriously? Second parallel, silencing and cancellation of dissent. The full force of stifling intellectual conformity and punishment of scientific dissent has been felt, as we heard over the day, by critics of COVID lockdowns. Regulators threatened dissenting doctors with professional disciplinary action, and the threat was indeed carried out in just a few instances. Their modest numbers does not invalidate the tactic. Authorities successfully adopted Sun Tzu's advice to kill one, terrify 1,000. The new Science TM on cultural issues and pandemic interventions is enshrined in legislation and diktats of the administrative state, and enforced by the state as well as through mechanisms of social control and psychological nudging. All dissent is ruthlessly suppressed, and dissenting voices are silenced and cancelled. Yet, as we know, science is work in progress, not an encyclopedia of facts. Although the long arc of science bends towards truth, progress is neither linear nor irreversible. Diversity viewpoints on contested elements of knowledge and rejection of attempts to suppress dissenting voices provide necessary safeguards against reverses of knowledge. If the infrastructure of the surveillance state and collusion of the censorship industrial complex had been available to authorities and gatekeepers of public morals and knowledge in previous eras, we would all still be flat earthers. To paraphrase Churchill on Munich, on lockdowns, masks and vaccines, faced with a choice between dishonor and fighting for principle, most universities chose dishonor and have got and will get a fight. 3. Cult of safety. Western kids, it seems to me, are the equivalent of Prince Siddhartha, also known as the Buddha after their enlightenment. Shielded from any exposure to life's miseries and sorrows, the most insulated of any generation from any calamity, obsessing over modeled forecast threats, microaggressions, need for trigger warnings, and counseling if someone uses the N-word. I don't understand how they know what it means if they've never been exposed to it, but never mind. Petrified by imaginary threats well beyond the time horizon of their life cycle. Living in misophobia, dissenting speech is hate speech, offending speech is literal violence, people with different moral frameworks are super haters, etc. The sway of safetyism creates demand for safe spaces and the right not to be hurt and offended. It's a short distance from this in the culture wars to the demands on the state to protect people from the terrifying new virus. That short distance was covered in a sprint. 4. Threat inflation. I've come around to the view that environmentalism is part and parcel of wokery, starting with moralism. To believe in the anthropogenic destruction of the natural world helps to define a moral and civilized human being. Framing climate policy as a moral imperative permits the imposition of any individual and societal cost and harm as the necessary price to pay. Non-believers can and should be subjected to public mockery and banished from polite society. Science has been collapsed into abstract mathematical modeling built on a priori assumptions. No amount of empirical anomalies in observable data can discredit and invalidate the science. Instead, because of the moralism infusing it, dissidents must be defenestrated from the priesthood as heretics. Read the whistleblower equivalent expose by Patrick Brown on why only bias-confirming research may be published in the proper journals, and climate science departments, research institutes, and policy think tanks must be purged of all contrarians. This ensures the purity of the approved narrative is not corrupted and the science remains, quote-unquote, settled. In order to connect the science to policy action, the scale, gravity, and imminence of the apocalyptic threat must be exaggerated. Antonio Guterres has joined the ranks of the catastrophists. On 27 July, he declared the era of global warming has ended and the era of global boiling has arrived. On 20th September, he was back to alarmism because, quote, humanity has opened the gates to hell, gates, G with a capital G, by the way, with stubborn inaction on climate change. This raises a question in terms of the metaphors we use. Thanks. Is it more appropriate to recall the boy who cried wolf or Goebbels? Serial false warnings means people fail to respond when the threat does materialize, versus a big lie repeated enough times becomes the truth. An unpleasant experience doesn't make you a survivor. In my day job, I study mass atrocities. I know what a survivor means. The use of the N-word in historical or literary context is a traumatic experience only if self-actualized. For healthy people of sound mind, insisting on biologically correct pronouns does not lead to thoughts of suicide. To gain public backing for the degree of state intrusion into people's private lives and control over nations' economic activities, the immediacy, gravity, and magnitude of the coronavirus threat had to be made apocalyptic. COVID-19 is not remotely as lethal as the Spanish flu. Our health systems and treatment options are infinitely better than a century ago. Yet authorities did not close down whole societies and economies in 1918. In other deadly pandemic episodes also, we suffered but endured. 5, deny or downplay harms of interventions. To militant woke activists, there seems to be no limit to the collateral harms that are accepted as mere roadkills on the highway to social justice heaven. Warnings of collateral harm of COVID interventions were dismissed as exaggerated, speculative, without evidence, etc. Yet evidence continues to mount on the many different pathways through which the Grim Reaper claims his growing mass of victims from the panicked responses to COVID. How many victims will it take before authorities move to protect women prisoners from manipulative and abusive male predators? How many children will be sacrificed on the altar of the brutal trans ideology before the medical profession calls a halt to unnecessary and risky treatment? Ignoring as you've heard through the day, ignoring the forest of safety signals flashing in bright neon lights, how many children will be sacrificed to vaccine harms before COVID vaccines are banned for healthy children and adolescents? How many poor children around the world missed out on life-saving immunization schedules? This is obviously an anti-vaxxer speaking. On life-saving immunization schedules and years of schooling because of lockdown restrictions that saved very few healthy young lives. Why was the QALY metric, the quality adjusted life years metric, abandoned for a disease with an exceptionally steep age gradient and cost-benefit analysis not done or not published? The only cost-benefit analysis we have in Australia even today is the one that Gigi did with colleagues. 6, quote-unquote, her penis. Language matters. The debate on language is not an argument about human rights, but over truth and science versus lies and dogma. Lies can be turned into truth by laws. Who knew? The fight back must also begin with decolonizing language. We had a conflation of infection and case fatality rates. The counting of PCR positive results even at 40 CT as cases. Collapse of the distinction between dying with and of COVID. Redefinition of vaccines to circumvent the lack of sterilizing immunity, etc. Examples of virtue signaling language from the land of the woke are legion. Born male becomes assigned male at birth. Gender truthful people are dubbed gender critical by sympathizers and TERFs by critics. The UK Ministry of Justice has decreed that convicted criminals must not be called convicts, there goes Australian history, but persons of lived experience. Meanwhile, pedophiles are minor attracted persons. God help us, says an atheist, by the way. Language matters. Choice of words has empirical consequences for ordering society. Shelter in place camouflages the violence of mass house arrests. Gender affirming sounds not just innocuous, but actually positive, whereas female genital mutilation? What exactly is the difference between the two? On second thoughts, strike that question. I don't want to know. The precondition of the gender fluidity-driven changing social practices was the preferred pronouns initiative. Women's rights would not be under such severe threat if trans women were honestly described as biological males and correctly pronounced, as my neologism for the night. The war to protect women's identity, rights, and dignity is lost at the point where you accept the science fiction of addressing as she a 6'3" bearded man with a functioning male organ, which he will proudly display in a woman's spa, heedless of how embarrassed and offended the girls and women in the room might feel. Jordan Peterson was right all those years ago to reject government diktat on pronouns untethered to biological reality. Think of the enormity of the state compelling you by law to speak a biological lie, that you know to be a biological lie. On matters COVID, the most memorable public statement was former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern's demand that the Ministry of Health was the single source of truth. IPSO, the Independent Press Standards Organisation in the UK, made adverse findings against Peter Hitchens. After the lockdown files were published, he wrote, quote, "I intend to have a bronze medal struck, which I can wear on ceremonial occasions, recording this censure, intended as a rebuke and taken as an insult, but which I will in future regard as an honor," unquote. Change will not come until the majority turns on the spineless cowards at the top of social institutions and channels Howard Beale in network. We've had enough. We're not going to take it anymore. This is as true of woke as of COVID extremism. J.K. Rowling has courageously said in public she will go to jail for 2 years if a Labour government criminalises misgendering. Seven, culture of censoriousness. The increasingly hegemonic set of ideologies has infiltrated and captured the classroom, boardroom, newsroom, and public and professional institutions, and morphed into cancel culture. Criticism, ridicule, sarcasm, an alternative point of view to the orthodoxy, all can be interpreted by someone, somewhere, on some occasion, as microaggression, hate speech, making them feel unsafe, etc. Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean, warned that we live in, quote, a creeping culture of censoriousness, that with a reasonable and well-intentioned ambition to contain obnoxious elements in our society, has created a society of an extraordinarily authoritarian and controlling nature, unquote. And I would add, one that is singularly devoid of any joy, pleasure, and cheer. Do you know any person who is woke who has a sense of humor? But which, after all, is Rowan Atkinson's forte. All this is equally applicable to the pandemic. Atkinson's address was 11 years ago. And that is my central argument tonight, that the syndrome he had identified became an essential enabling environment for the rise of, shall we say, Faucism. 8. Curtailment of free speech and civil liberties. I was first drawn very strongly to the Brownstone Institute and to Jeffrey's writings at the AIER before that, and drawn equally strongly with Gigi and a few other people initially to establishing the Australians for Science and Freedom. Because I believe, as strongly as I can state from the bottom of my heart, a free society cannot exist without free speech. Universities were bastions of critical inquiry that, operating behind impregnable ramparts of intellectual freedom, interrogated every kernel of received wisdom. Today's campuses, as we heard in one of the panels today, are the vanguard of efforts to enforce thought conformity through trigger warnings, microaggressions, deplatforming, and safe and therapy spaces. We've had therapy spaces in Australia after the voice referendum. Militant disruptors have acquired a heckler's veto over expression of critical opinion with respect to protected group rights based on race, religion, and gender identity. The voice vote, and this is its global historic significance, was the world's first referendum on identity politics. Similarly, lockdowns and mask and vaccine mandates were the most egregious and wide-ranging assault ever on the civil liberties, political freedoms, free speech, and human rights of citizens. When lockdowns were first instituted in Western countries, and we began discussing that in Australia, I still remember my reaction. If I have committed no crime and I'm a healthy person, who the hell are you, the government, my enemy, to put me under house arrest? I mean, a cop is not allowed to stop me and question me for anything without due reasonable cause. But you can lock me in my house when I'm healthy, I haven't committed no crime, and you can lock everyone else. You can stop me from seeing my family, my grandchildren. Get lost. Unchecked medical tyranny seemed hell-bent on destroying Western society of free peoples as we know it, with the presumption we are all sick, whether we know it or not, or will soon be sick, and we must all be dealt with as potential germ-ridden disease carriers who pose a constant threat to all others. The compulsion and coercion never had any ethical justification, and decisions should never have been left to the self-appointed custodians of the science. The medical justification propping them has also crumbled by now. Citizens have inalienable rights and freedoms. Governments have limited powers. Which part of this equation do governments not recognize? The unprecedented, no-limits intrusion of the state into the most intimate spaces of individual behavior and economic activity would have been unimaginable before COVID. Yet the first wave of restrictions on culturally sensitive topics helped to prepare the ground for the second wave of restrictions on COVID. 9. Collective benefit trumps individual harms. This is deeply insidious, so bear with me on this argument. Individual human rights have been progressively subordinated to group-based collective and anti-discrimination laws. Public health, by definition, is a collective good. In the name of ensuring the safe health of everyone, governments trampled willy-nilly on previously inviolate individual rights. Western medicine has been predicated on the norm that the doctor's primary responsibility in assessing benefits against the risks of harms of treatment options is the welfare of the individual patient. The messaging on my house arrest, stroke masks, stroke vaccine protects you, and your house arrest, stroke mask, stroke vaccine protects me, turned this long-standing principle of Western medicine on its head. Vaccines were mandated on the slogan, "No one is safe until everyone is safe," ignoring the admission implicit in the slogan itself that they do not protect the vaccinated. Most Western governments succumbed to the fatal conceit that one group of citizens has the right to use coercion to set their personal protection as an absolute value and to disregard the safety values balance of others. The intersection of the cult of safety and the prioritization of the collective benefit over individual autonomy led us from the open society down the blind alley of a closed society? Have we normalized the use of centralized and concentrated power to extend the state guarantee of protection against feelings of some being hurt by words of others, the spread of viruses, and change of climate? Has this become the new normal? And that is my biggest worry going forward. 10, access of big state, big media, big tech. Anti-discrimination measures require legislative enactment and administrative enforcement by states. Edward Murrow warned prophetically, quote, "A nation of sheep will beget a government of wolves," unquote. To overcome the hesitations of history and experience, the threat from COVID had to be inflated in order to panic countries into drastic action. This was successfully done by state propaganda in alliance with the MSM, social media, and big tech. Lockdowns didn't kill the virus dead, but did destroy the 3 L's of lives, livelihoods, and liberties. In the name of keeping us all safe, the entire machinery of state was let loose upon citizens. Governments effectively stole 3 years of our lives. Now the social engineering is also being extended to cover the decarbonization agenda in pursuit of net zero goals. The 2 bookends for the parallel universes are represented by the Freedom Convoy of protesting truckers in Canada and the farmers' protests in the Netherlands. In the 2 cases, the laptop class and the middle and upper class and comfortably off young people engaged in disruptive, extreme climate activism have pitted themselves against the working class producing and moving goods from factories and farms to consumers. The instantly formed mass consensus on COVID policy, predicated in the liberal conceit that governments can control virus behavior, has delivered sicker, poorer, and unhappier populations. Similarly, net zero is bent on reversing the biggest global health, wealth, and education gains in history for the masses that was delivered by the Industrial Revolution powered by fossil fuel-based energy. We will all be poorer to satisfy the conceit that humans can operate the control knob of climate patterns. 11th, moralization and sacralization. 11th and final. Western publics strongly supported lockdown measures, masks, and vaccines, despite collateral harms, including loss of livelihoods, elevated mortality from neglect of other diseases and ailments, deaths of despair from greater loneliness, and police abuses. The explanation lies in the moralization of the restrictions that deepened into sacralization. The expansion of state power would have faced many more challenges but for the prior success in turning the debate from a scientific discourse into a moral imperative. Fear was instrumentalized to terrify, shame, and guilt citizens into staying home, isolating from colleagues, family, and friends, snitching on neighbors who broke lockdown and mask rules, and getting vaccinated. Those who asked for evidence to justify the biggest expansion of state power in Western political history were shamed as wanting to kill Granny. Yet, to my mind, selfish was demanding everyone be put under house arrest because I don't feel safe. Selfish was the rich outbidding poor countries for booster jabs before the latter had got primary jabs. Selfish was the petulant provincialism of state border closures, so Queensland hospitals could be reserved for Queenslanders. Yes, the Premier of Queensland did actually say that. Selfish was the panic run on toilet paper rolls. Selfish was destroying the future of the young, who are least at risk, for a few more months of existing without living, by the elderly most at risk. The real policy challenge, in the words of Gabrielle Bauer, is, quote, how can we protect grandma while also safeguarding dignified and purposeful living in a free world, unquote. So please, don't come a waltzing morality on me. Now, as we've discussed, the world faces many storm clouds. I've traversed a lot of ground on a sobering and dispiriting journey. Yet at heart, I am a congenital optimist. I think it's part of the job requirement for being a UN official. You have to believe in human improvement and perfectibility. So for any of you who are worried that with all these problems and pressures and threats and dangers, the world will come to an end tonight, let me remind you, it already is tomorrow in Australia. Thank you.
You know, I didn't mention this earlier, but this entire event has been streamed around the world, actually, by the Epoch Times, which I don't know. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how you feel about this, but you know, when you despair about the future, especially the future of journalism, you think about the Epoch Times. How did this happen to us? How is it that we got in our presence such a wonderful journalistic venue? I've got the volume up a little bit high. We can turn it down probably. It's over on the far right of the console. Lou, if you want to, or Janice is taking care of it, okay. I'm so grateful for Epoch. I don't know where we would have been journalistically without it over the last several years. They've covered so many stories. And did you see that the CDC, some emails have been unearthed recently from the CDC where they were very worried about Epoch's coverage of, you know, vaccine injury and whatever else. And they're, uh-oh, Epoch's reporting on scientific research again. What can we do about this? But anyway, thank you, Jan, for everything you've done for us. Saving journalism, Epoch Times. One of the strangest things about lockdowns is that there really was an abolition of joy, pleasure, love, and all the things that we want to do as human beings. They said, no, that's evil, that spreads disease. It turns out that the way to fight tyranny is to love. Yeah. Is to exercise friendship, is to get together. I want to thank my loved ones and my family here tonight, our friends. Friendship, love, community. That's how we save the world. That's the thing that's going to build the future. I've learned this, and we've learned this together. One of the things that happened at West Hartford at our very first meeting is that we had, at the end of the evening, toasts. I opened a mic. I gave the first one. So, I would like to toast joy, friendship, love, community, personal connection, and all that we've built here. So thank you. You're here. And would like to open it up to anyone else. Just raise your hand. Bobbie Ann, you texted me earlier that you wanted to make a toast. You did. Who's next? Oh, Bobbie Ann.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bobbie Ann Cox. I am an attorney from New York, and I'm also a Brownstone Fellow. I just wanted to let everybody here know the importance of the Brownstone Fellow program. So my toast is going to be a little bit informative and then a toast to Brownstone at the end. So if anyone is not familiar with my story, I'm a New York attorney, and in spring of last year, I sued Governor Hochul and her Department of Health over an unconstitutional quarantine regulation, which conflicted with the Constitution and conflicted with our long-standing quarantine law in New York State. It was a horrendous regulation, which would have allowed the Department of Health to take New Yorkers out of their homes with the force of police without any due notice. They could have just showed up at your door and knocked on the door with an order of quarantine. And they didn't have to prove you were sick. They didn't have to prove you were exposed to a communicable disease. They could just issue you this order and put you in a facility of their choosing for however long they wanted, with no way for you to get out once you were in there, other than hiring a lawyer and suing them. So in order to do that lawsuit, because none of my colleagues would join me in the fight, I had to make a choice between retaining my law practice, because I was a solo practitioner, and I had spent 20 plus years building up my practice, which was rather successful. I had to choose between my law practice or doing this lawsuit against the governor. And I ultimately chose the lawsuit. And so I had to forego my practice, which was paying my bills, and take on this case for the good of the people. And we won the case, and that was wonderful last year. And then this year, the governor appealed. So now I'm fighting the appeal, all pro bono. And so last summer, when I met Jeffrey for the first time and he heard my story, he said, "Oh, this is crazy. I mean, how come you've given up your livelihood to fight for 19 million New Yorkers? Nobody knows about it. Nobody's supporting you." So he told me he was working on this fellowship program, and once it was up and running, he asked me to be a fellow, which I gladly accepted. And for this 2023 year, the stipend from Brownstone has been the only sure income I've had each month. And it allowed me to keep doing the lawsuit, fight the appeal against the governor. I also just filed another lawsuit a few days ago against New York State for an unconstitutional amendment they are trying to make to our New York State Constitution. And I'm also now working with another organization to raise awareness on a very important redistricting, gerrymandering case in New York State. So I just hope that everybody understands it's people like Jeffrey, and it's organizations like Brownstone, and it's people like all of you in here who support Brownstone that allow people like me to continue fighting for our freedoms, because there are very few attorneys who are willing to take up the fight. There's not much in the way of resources for attorneys to fight these fights, but they have to be fought. If we don't push back in the courts, we don't have any shot at retaining our Constitution, and our Constitution really is the cornerstone of our free society. So I want to make a toast to Jeffrey, to Brownstone, to the Fellows Program, and to all of you here tonight and all of you watching live stream who support Brownstone. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
All right, who's next? Oh, Gabrielle. Woo!
Okay. So I'd also like to say a few words that are going to culminate in a toast to Brownstone. I want to talk about the process of publication of my book. Jeffrey agreed to publish it, I think, in July 22. So I started writing right away. And I'd published and written previous books, and so I asked him, do you want to see an outline? He says, no, just start writing. So I kept writing, and every few weeks I would contact him again. Well, don't you want to see an outline? Don't you want to see a chapter, something? Said, no, I trust you. And I was amazed at this because I'd never had any experience like this before. All my previous experiences writing had been, contracts in triplicate and outlines and revisions, and I just could not believe that this was going to happen. I thought, no, this is not going to get published. This cannot be. But I kept going, and I had a lot of anxiety. I thought, it was just completely outside my experience. But then it all happened, and Jeffrey and his team did a wonderful job. And, I just want to express great gratitude for the amount of trust that Jeffrey and Brownstone placed in me, because I've never, in my 29 years of working as a writer, have experienced anything like it. And it is quite extraordinary, and very grateful for it all. So thanks, and another toast to Jeffrey and Brownstone.
No, I've figured out over the years that I'm much less smart than my writers, so I always defer to them. So thank you, Gabrielle. Yeah. Oh, Debbie. Here we go. Please don't make it to me. Make it to some abstract principle.
Okay. It's also to Jeffrey. Okay. It's for Jeffrey, and also for some abstract principle. Aside from seconding and thirding everything that has already been said about the support, the material support, and the sort of moral support from Brownstone, for me, it was also psychological and spiritual support, because I really do believe that without Brownstone, I would have lost my mind. And so I know many of you have come up to me and said, that you read my articles and that you appreciated them, and that means so much to me that I was able to go from feeling like my world had completely collapsed and fallen apart to feeling like I was able to start rebuilding and doing something positive that would have a positive impact. And I never would have been able to do that without Jeffrey and Brownstone and all of you. So thank you for my sanity. And cheers.
Okay, anyone else? We done? No, it could be something a little more charming, a little lighter, not as profound. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Thank you, Jeffrey. You're taking a risk. Had an unknown man the microphone.
That's right.
Good evening. It's an honor to be here. I'm grateful to be here, as I'm sure you all are. I would like to toast Jeffrey, absolutely, but I want to toast to the human spirit that's latent, that's been lulled asleep through the lies, the illusions, and the propaganda that's been fed to the public en masse, at scale, since the pandemic and prior to that, actually. But being here tonight, I feel the awakening of that spirit, the rousing of the human spirit to come together and unite and stand together, regardless of our backgrounds, our differences of professions, our differences of opinion, perhaps different beliefs. We can come together united in the human spirit and the belief that we're born free. And right now, in the fight for our freedom as human beings, I believe that Brownstone is the tip of the spear. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much. In honor of the, I don't have my glass with me, in honor of the human spirit, raise a glass. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's brilliant. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Okay. Yes.
You do it. I'm just going to stay right here.
Okay, that's fine.
So on a little different point, I understand that somebody whispered in Mrs. Tucker's ear that they were going to contribute $20,000, and I'd like to add another 20. And surely in this wonderful group of people, somebody can come up to make that 50 to send this wonderful woman who's birthed these two fabulous sons home with a smile on her face. And thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. That means so much to me. Yes. Who's that? Oh, it's your birthday. Yes, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Carol. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. Well, I guess father? Is it in Latin? Oh, okay.
Your mother doesn't allow Latin and Greek, remember? To everyone who has written and spoken out, we all faced the choice between attempting to preserve our reputations in a world gone mad and speaking the truth which we knew. Some of you have paid high prices. Others, like me, have powerful guardian angels and have somehow escaped unscathed to this point. But to all of us who have chosen truth and staked our names and reputations in defense of truth.
Oh, Paul Frijters. You're going to follow Father.
Well, no way I can top that, right? I can top that. But I also wanted to, of course, thank everybody and thank everybody for new friendships. You know, if there's one thing I think has been a plus the last 3 years, it's to meeting people I would have violently disagreed with 5 years ago, who I thought were absolute gun-toting nutters. And now I think, why didn't I listen to them 5 years ago? Right? Exactly. You know. So, to new insights, right? And I want to say one thing on freedom, which is that we often think freedom is something given to us, something that we should demand. But I've always felt that freedom is a gift you give yourself. And if you stop being afraid of being fired, if you stop being afraid of being the outlier, of being alone, of being ridiculed, you suddenly have so much power. You are then free. And in fact, others will admire you for it. And you yourself will think, why was I ever so afraid of not making a mortgage? Who the fuck cares? So, Jeffrey, you are one of these people who's never afraid of losing everything you have, and I admire that in you. So, which is true. Well done.
Well, thank you, Paul. Speaking of a commie left-wing Stalinist with whom I would not have been friends just a few years ago. Chapter 10 aside, I've liked everything you've read, you've written. So, okay, are we? Aaron Curiotti, the ever erudite and bold Aaron.
I'm not going to toast Jeffrey again, even though he probably deserves it. And this is festive. This is wonderful. There's a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and this evening and this afternoon, this morning have been delightful. And there's a lot of people here who made sacrifices, who got fired or got sacked, as they say in Australia and Britain. But I think it's important, and this is not really a toast because I don't think that's appropriate for the folks that I want to remember tonight. But I mean, the real victims of everything that we've been talking about today and last night are not the people who are here who lost a job or lost their reputation or whatever. They're people like my friend William, who is a young man that I had known literally since he was born, since he was an infant, grew up best friends with my son, and December of 20, during the prolonged school closures, suffering from depression, William took his own life, right, during the lockdowns, during the school closures, during that period where so many people suffered the mental health consequences. So there's a lot of people who sort of gave everything because of our misguided policies. It cost them everything, cost their families everything. And I don't want to toast them tonight, but I do want to remember them tonight. And it's helpful for me to think about William and to think about the other people whose lives were devastated because of money and power and fear and more money and more power and all kinds of motivations that had nothing to do with human health and human flourishing and a reasonable, livable life and society together. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support of Brownstone. We have a ton of work to do. The most important work that we have to do is still ahead of us. And it helps me to think about the people who have suffered in the way that William suffered, because we need to make sure that moving forward, we don't have more people like William who, for totally arbitrary and unnecessary and unjust and quite frankly stupid and idiotic and selfish and despicable reasons, ended up being the collateral damage of, everything that was unleashed on us during COVID. So I'm grateful for Brownstone because these are wonderful friends and wonderful people, delightful people to be around. I learned something from everyone at every one of the panels today, and these are people that I've been talking to and listening to now for years. And I'm grateful to be here, but I think all of us should have a fire in our belly that we can't let that die. Because our work here is just getting started, and the challenges that we're facing right now are in some sense more subtle, but more powerful and pervasive and serious than the challenges that we faced in March of
2020. So thank you all who have contributed out of your means to Brownstone to make this work possible. Thank you all who did make sacrifices that cost you something. But let's remember why we're here and what we're doing and the important work that we face ahead. Thank you.